Chapter 1056. Carefree Sword Boom. Zhuo-Wen had turned into a beam of blood-red light. A terrifying blood-red energy filled the air and turned into a blood-red whirlpool. In the end, the whirlpool bombarded the purple lightning sea around the patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect. Bang, bang, bang. Sounds of intense collisions rang out continuously. Then, the blood-red energy and the purple lightning continued to entangle in the void. It was as though two ancient beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. Everyone in the square was somewhat shocked as they watched this scene. Such an intense collision was not something that they could handle. Just the aftermath of the collision between the bloody light and the lightning caused everyone to feel as if the heavens were crushing down on them. A trace of reverence involuntarily rose in their hearts. This damned little bastard. How did his strength increase so much? The patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect was furious. He hadn't thought that Zhuo-Wen would become so strong after absorbing the blood demon's strength. Now, the patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect could sense that Zhuo-Wen was a threat to him. At this moment, Zhuo-Wen was in the middle of the purple lightning. Countless blood qi surged around him, resisting the powerful purple lightning that was constantly spreading around him. At the same time, he took a step forward. His blood qi was like the best defense, impenetrable by tens of thousands of lightning. Whoosh! Inside the purple lightning, Zhuo-Wen broke through the sea of purple lightning and passed by the patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect. Leader of the Xiao-Yao sect, I'll be the last to deal with you. You still have a little time to live, said Zhuo-Wen indifferently. The patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect was surprised at first, but then he reacted and shouted, "Oh no, elders!" As expected, when the patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect turned around, he saw that Zhuo-Wen was already flying towards the two celestial Zun elders behind him. "You two, hurry up and run," shouted the patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect. He sounded worried. Zhuo-Wen was even stronger than before. Back then, Zhuo-Wen was already strong enough to kill cultivators of the initial celestial Zun layer. Now, he was even stronger. The moment the Xiao-Yao sect shouted, the two Zhonglai realized that something was wrong. When they saw Zhuo-Wen rushing towards them, they panicked. "Run!" The white-robed old man from earlier let out a furious roar and directly rushed to the back, fleeing without a trace. The other old man's reaction was a little slower, but it was this momentary distraction that allowed Zhuo-Wen to catch up to him. "Die!" Zhuo-Wen fiercely swung his bloody spear. Immediately, a terrifying blood qi converged. Numerous blood-colored spear shadows completely enveloped the old man, who was half a beat slower. Ah! A horrible shriek spread in the air. The old man was covered by the blood-red spear shadows and turned into a bloody mist. That son of a bitch! The patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect pulled a long face. He hadn't thought that another celestial Zun elder of the Xiao-Yao sect would die. Out of the 5 celestial Zun elders, only the old man in white was left. The other 4 had all been killed by Zhuo-Wen. "I want you to die," shouted the patriarch of the Xiao-Yao sect furiously. The purple lightning around his body became even more violent as it moved towards Zhuo-Wen. It formed a gigantic lightning bridge in the sky. Zhuo-Wen's blood-red eyes were filled with indifference. He pushed out with his right hand and blood-red energy immediately surged out, forming a circular blood-red barrier in front of him. Boom! Purple lightning filled the air and smashed onto the circular blood-colored barrier. However, it only caused the blood-colored barrier to shake a little before it did not budge at all. At the same time, Zhuo-Wen spread his wings like a giant rock and instantly shot out in pursuit of the rapidly fleeing white-robed old man. With 3 pairs of lightning wings and the strength of the blood demon, Zhuo-Wen was unbelievably fast. He caught up with the old man in white in the blink of an eye. "You can't escape," said Zhuowen coldly. Then he raised his right hand and punched the old man with a terrifying strength. The white-robed old man only felt a cold wind blowing behind his back. He discovered that Zhuowen had unknowingly appeared behind him. Zhuowen's right hand was raised high. His palm contained a continuously changing blood ball. Although the blood ball was small, the power contained within it caused the white-robed old man to faintly feel apprehensive. "Stop him!" The white-robed elder's eyes flashed with a cold light. He knew that it was time for him to put his life on the line. He had to give it his all. Then his right hand formed a palm. White light burst out from his palm as he slammed it towards Zhuowen. Boom, boom. When the two palms collided, the white light on the white-robed old man's right palm was like a candle in the wind, instantly extinguishing. Then the demonic blood ball in Zhuowen's palm began to expand, and a terrifying blood-colored energy surged out and drilled into the white-robed old man's body. Ah! With a blood-curdling scream, the white-robed old man's right arm was corroded by the blood-colored energy and completely exploded into fine powder. Zhuowen was not going to let the white-robed old man off. His left palm, which had been accumulating power, went straight for the white-robed old man's chest. Pucci! His left palm landed heavily on the white-robed old man's chest, and a demonic blood-red color exploded. The white-robed old man's face revealed an expression of extreme pain. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his face was deathly pale. "Die!" Zhuowen's expression did not change. Yuan power once again spat out from his left palm. The white-robed elder did not even have the chance to groan before he exploded into a bloody mist. The yuanying hidden in his dantian was also completely annihilated by this terrifying palm force. It simply did not have any chance to escape. So far, 5 elders of the Xiaoyao sect had been killed by Zhuowen alone. When the white-robed old man exploded into a bloody mist, many people below the square were stunned. Although Zhuowen's battle strength was terrifying from the very beginning, and everyone had a very high evaluation of him, Zhuowen's battle strength was extremely terrifying. But this time, Zhuowen had killed 3 celestial Zun elders in front of the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. In other words, even the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't stop Zhuowen from killing the celestial Zun elders. Did that mean that Zhuowen was as strong as the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect? The sect leader of the Xiaoyao sect was glaring furiously, his hair standing on end. The young sect leader was dead, Bai Yishua was dead, and now the 5 celestial venerable elders were dead as well. Even if the patriarch of the Carefree sect could kill Zhuowen, the Carefree sect would suffer a great loss. They would never be as glorious as they used to be. All of this was caused by the young man with red hair and red eyes. Zhuowen looked calm when he saw the patriarch of the Carefree sect's furious expression. He pointed his spear at the patriarch of the Carefree sect and said indifferently, "Now it's your turn, old dog. I'll make sure you die a horrible death." The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect raised his head to the sky and shouted furiously. Then he jumped forwards. He didn't jump towards Zhuowen. He jumped towards the gigantic statue in front of the Xiaoyao square. That statue was the image of the first patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The Xiaoyao sect had built it to commemorate the first patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect who had founded the prosperous West Path city, and the powerful Xiaoyao sect. What is the patriarch of the Carefree sect doing? Why is he stepping on the statue of the first patriarch of the Carefree sect? The people in the square didn't understand why the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was doing that. They didn't know what he was trying to do. Zhuowen was also staring at the patriarch of the Carefree sect. He had a bad feeling. Stop him. No matter what the patriarch of the Carefree sect wanted to do, Zhuowen didn't want to let him live. The first patriarch of the Unfettered sect founded West Path City and the Unfettered sect. He was also a powerful great emperor. Do you really think that's all the Unfettered sect has? You killed the young patriarch of the Carefree sect, the first disciple of the Carefree sect, by Yishue and the 5 elders of the Carefree sect. You must receive the harshest punishment, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. He stretched out his right hand, and a strange hand seal appeared. Then he punched the head of the statue. Boom! The huge stone statue began to tremble violently, and terrifying cracks began to appear on its surface. The cracks grew larger and larger, and finally, the entire stone statue collapsed and shattered. A ray of white light, like a scorching sun, burst out from the stone statue, illuminating the pitch-black Carefree Square, as if it was daytime. A ring-shaped wave of air spread out from the stone statue. Under the impact of this wave of air, Zhuowen was blown away before he could reach the stone statue. His feet took several steps in the air before he barely managed to stabilize his body. What a terrifying power! What's inside the statue? Zhuowen's gaze became extremely solemn. The force of impact emanating from the stone statue was terrifying. It actually gave him a feeling of being unable to resist. Everybody in the square was pushed back a few hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. They looked at the broken statue, and the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, who was standing on top of the statue's head with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the Unfettered sect's disciples, who were originally entangled with Emo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2, were filled with fanaticism. They immediately retreated into the distance and no longer paid any attention to Emo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2. Ancestral weapon. The patriarch is about to use his ancestral weapon. The disciples of the Carefree sect, who had retreated, knelt down on one knee. They looked at the crumbling statue with excited eyes and murmured to themselves. On the other hand, Emo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2 were baffled. When they saw the Unfettered sect's disciple retreat, they naturally followed suit. What's going on? What does the patriarch of the Carefree sect want to do? Jianan looked at the statue in front of her with worry. According to the disciples of the Carefree sect, the patriarch of the Carefree sect is going to use his ancestral weapon. But I don't know what this ancestral weapon is. Emo Lingtian frowned. He was also confused. Boom. Chapter 10:57. 2 emperor weapons. When the white longsword appeared in front of the crowd, a majestic force gushed out like a stormy sea. The immense pressure and peerless power caused the surrounding space to become extremely unstable. The surface of the white longsword shone with a divine light. Waves of milky white halos rotated on the surface of the sword. It was like the halos contained in the sun. It was dazzling and could not be looked at directly. Under the milky white halos, there was a solemn and powerful aura. It was like a high and mighty emperor. That's the Xiaoyao sword. It's actually the Xiaoyao sword that belonged to the first sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. Some of the sharp-eyed people in the square immediately recognized the white longsword in the palm of the Xiaoyao sect master. The first sect master of the Xiaoyao sect was a legendary figure in West Path City. There were countless rumors about his sword, the Xiaoyao sword. It was said that when West Path City was first built, there were 3 Emperor Realm cultivators who coveted this place. They joined forces to kill the first patriarch of the Carefree sect. However, the first patriarch of the Carefree sect held the Carefree sword in his hand and fought against the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators alone. In the end, the 3 Emperor Realm cultivators were defeated and fled in panic. Although it had been a long time, the Xiaoyao sword was still very famous in West Path City. Even now, many people still talked about the Xiaoyao sword. However, since the first sect master of the Xiaoyao sect left after establishing the Xiaoyao sect, the Xiaoyao sword had completely disappeared from everyone's sight. All the cultivators in West Path City thought that the unfettered sword had been taken away by the first patriarch of the unfettered sect. They had never thought that it would be left in the unfettered sect. Moreover, the people of the unfettered sect had hidden the unfettered sword in the statue of the first patriarch. Emperor weapon. Zhuowen also heard the discussion below. He stared at the white long sword in the hand of the Xiaoyao sect master. The long sword gave him a faint sense of danger. Zhuowen had felt this feeling from Emperor Qing's peach blossom origin painting and murderous abstinence blade. Now, he felt a familiar sense of danger from the Xiaoyao sword. Obviously, the Xiaoyao sword was an emperor weapon. After all, it was the sword of the first sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. The sword of an emperor realm cultivator naturally had to be an emperor weapon. Not good. It's a monarch weapon. The Xiaoyao sect has a monarch weapon. Mo Lingtian, who was standing at the edge of the square, couldn't help but shriek. What should we do? Although Brother Zhua is very strong, he's at most on par with the Xiaoyao sect master. Now that the Xiaoyao sect master has an emperor weapon, Brother Zhua doesn't have such a powerful weapon. The two of them are not on equal footing, Jia Nen said anxiously. Gatha and Xianxing were also worried. Originally, when Zhuowen killed the 5 elders of the Xiaoyao sect, the 4 of them had felt the dawn of victory. Now that the Xiaoyao sword had appeared, their hearts sank to the bottom. This young man is already very extraordinary. He can actually force the Xiaoyao sect master to this extent. I'm afraid that even if he dies under the Xiaoyao sword, he will die in peace. Not only did he kill the first disciple of the Xiaoyao sect by Yishua, but he also killed the 5 elders of the Xiaoyao sect. Even if he dies at the hands of the Xiaoyao sect master, I'm afraid his name will spread throughout the entire West Path City. Even the entire Excellent Spirit Island will spread his name. When the Xiaoyao sword appeared, everyone in the Xiaoyao square involuntarily looked at the red-haired, red-eyed young man standing on the other side of the void. Everyone's eyes were filled with a trace of pity. The battle strength that Zhuowen had displayed had truly shocked everyone in the square. They were all able to predict that if Zhuowen did not die with the talent and strength that he had displayed, his future would be limitless. However, he was about to die under the unfettered sword. No one even thought that Zhuowen was lucky, because a peak heavenly master with an emperor weapon could unleash a terrifying battle prowess. Perhaps he still wasn't a match for a martial emperor, but at least he already had a part of the martial emperor's power. Below the martial emperor realm, all are ants. This was a popular saying in the heavenly armor continent, which perfectly explained the power and terror of a martial emperor. No matter how monstrous one's talent was, or how powerful one's strength was, in front of a martial emperor, one was a complete ant. Even though the Xiaoyao sect master couldn't fully unleash the martial emperor's power with the Xiaoyao sword, even a part of its power was extremely terrifying. Even a peak heavenly master would perish in the hands of the Xiaoyao sect master. At that moment, the Xiaoyao sect master looked high-spirited and high-spirited. His hair was fluttering in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect noticed that everybody was looking at him with different expressions. Some were surprised, some were jealous, some were self-abased, some were in awe. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was satisfied with all the negative emotions. He smiled faintly. At that moment, he was high up in the air, enjoying the attention of the crowd. The Xiaoyao sect master was very satisfied. Then, he looked past the crowd and landed on the young man who had injured the unfettered sect. He wanted to see all kinds of negative emotions in the young man's eyes. However, when the Xiao Yao sect master looked at Zhuowen, his face stiffened, because he didn't see the slightest trace of unusual emotion in Zhuowen's eyes. There was only that indifferent expression from the beginning to the end, as if there was nothing in the world that could make this pair of indifferent eyes reveal any other unusual splendor. Zhuowen looked cold and indifferent. He was as calm as water. You're truly able to keep your composure. You're actually able to pretend to be so calm before the might of an emperor weapon. However, you can continue to pretend as much as you can now. Let's see if you can still pretend to be so calm when this old man kills you later," said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect mockingly. He couldn't help but laugh at Zhuowen. "Are you done talking? If you're done, come here and die," said Zhuowen indifferently, ignoring the Xiao Yao sect master's mockery. The Xiao Yao sect master's face stiffened again. Then his face turned red, and he shouted furiously, "You've got balls. We're already at this stage, and you still dare to provoke me? Good, good, good. Today, I'll make you wish you were dead. You'll regret living in this world." Then the Xiao Yao sect master stomped on the ground and shot towards Zhuowen like a cannonball. The Xiao Yao sword in his hand was dazzling. At that moment, the Xiao Yao sect master looked like he was holding the sun. He's really tired of living. The Xiao Yao sect master has a great imperial weapon like the Xiao Yao sword, and he dares to provoke him. He's really reckless. Everybody was astonished. Zhuowen's behavior was beyond their expectations. Of course, after being astonished for a while, they started to gloat. That young man had dared to provoke the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. That was a stupid thing to do. "Brother Mo, what should we do now? The Xiao Yao sect master with the Xiao Yao sword is too strong. Brother Zhuo is in danger." Jia Nen leaped up anxiously, and he actually intended to flash towards Zhuowen. However, Mo Lingtian stopped him, and Mo Lingtian said with a solemn expression, "You're mad. With your cultivation level, you're going to die. Then are we just going to sit here and wait for our deaths and watch as Big Brother Zhuo is killed?" Kanan roared out, "Jianan, don't worry. Can't you see that Brother Zhuo looks calm? From what I can see, Brother Zhuo, you must have some trump cards that you don't fear the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm," said Mo Lingtian. Jia Nen was stunned, and then he calmed down. Mo Lingtian's analysis was correct. Zhuowen was too calm right now, calm to the point of being terrifying. Clearly, Zhuowen might have some sort of powerful trump card up his sleeve. Besides, Jianan's cultivation level was low. If he went up, he would only be a burden to Zhuowen. Let's just wait and see. If Brother Zhuo can't defeat him, we'll all die together. Mo Lingtian slowly raised his head at this moment, and his gaze focused on Zhuowen's tall and straight back as he muttered in a low voice. Jianan, Gatha, and Xianxing nodded. They were also looking at Zhuowen's back. They were ready to die. Whoosh! The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect arrived in front of Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with dazzling lights. He smiled cruelly and slowly raised his right hand. His Xiao Yao sword was shining brighter and brighter as if it was going to disperse all the darkness in the sky. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. He knew that the young man with red hair was going to die under that sword. He was definitely going to die. That's what you get for provoking the Xiao Yao sect. Now, you're going to pay with your life, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. He was laughing like a maniac. Do you think you can kill me with just an emperor weapon? At this moment, Zhuowen also raised his head. His blood-red eyes were still as cold as a demon's as he slowly spoke in an indifferent voice. "You're really stubborn. You've already reached this point. Yet you still think that I can't kill you? You're delusional," said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, smiling coldly. He raised his Xiao Yao sword above his head, and a milky white light appeared. It looked like the sun was about to explode, and lava was pouring out of the sword. "Of course you can't kill me, because you're not the only one who has a great imperial weapon. I have one too." As he spoke, a torrential killing intent surged out of Zhuo Zhengwen's body. Soon after, a blood-red blade slashed through the air. A torrential pressure came crashing down, as if mountains were descending from the sky. Chapter 1058. The Patriarch's godly consciousness clang. The sound of metal colliding resounded. Shortly after, the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade hit the carefree sword, creating a terrifying energy vortex. Soon after, the energy ripples spread out. The entire carefree square, and even the mountain range where the carefree sect was located, shook violently. Boom, boom, boom. Everyone on the Liberty Square staggered under this violent tremor. Some of the weaker warriors even fell to the ground, their limbs supporting them as they trembled. That collision was terrifying. Everybody was terrified. The Xiao Yao sect was trembling because of the shock waves. 4 Zun cultivators were only capable of using that kind of power. Boom, boom, boom. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was astonished. He was pushed back a few steps. His right hand was shaking violently, and his thumb was numb. Boom. When the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect stepped back, the people who had just regained their balance noticed him. Immediately after, the crowd burst into an uproar. The uproar was getting louder and louder. It was like a tsunami spreading through the entire square. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was pushed back. How is that possible? He's holding the Xiao Yao sword. Everybody was staring at the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. They were astonished. If the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect hadn't been holding the Xiao Yao sword, nobody would have been surprised. However, he was holding the Xiao Yao sword and was retreating. Everybody was astonished. An emperor weapon already possessed a portion of the power of an emperor realm expert. Even if the wielder's strength was not at the emperor realm, he could still use a portion of the emperor realm expert's power by relying on the emperor might in the emperor realm. However, even a portion of the power was not something 4 venerables could withstand. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect had the Xiao Yao sword. He was much stronger than an ordinary celestial master. He could even fight against a great emperor of the first layer. However, he had been pushed back by Zhuowen. He hadn't been pushed back by 1 step, he had been pushed back a few steps. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Everybody looked at the young man with blood-red hair, who was standing in front of the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The young man looked as cold as a demon. Above his head, there was a blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. That blade had blocked the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's Xiao Yao sword and forced the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect to retreat. Is that a great emperor's weapon too? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. The majestic aura emitted by the blade made everyone tremble with fear. It was not any weaker than the carefree sword. Some of the sharper ones even discovered that the aura of the blade was even more terrifying than the carefree sword. Nobody would have thought that the young man of the golden Zunqi cultivator would have a great emperor's weapon. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect had a great imperial weapon, the Xiao Yao sword, but nobody was surprised. After all, the Xiao Yao sect had existed for hundreds of years. However, the young man with blood-red hair was alone and had a great imperial weapon, which was incredible. Brother Zhua, you have a great emperor's weapon too? This. Jia Nan was stunned. He stared fixedly at the Buddhist monk's blade, Anjua, Wen's body as his eyes were filled with admiration and surprise. Not only Jianan, but Mo Lingtian, Gatha, and Xianxing were also astonished. When they saw how calm Zhuowen was, they knew that Zhuowen had a trump card. However, when Zhuowen revealed his trump card, the three of them never expected that it would give them such a huge shock. It was actually a terrifyingly powerful emperor weapon. Furthermore, the power of this emperor weapon was actually so terrifying. Brother Zhua, how many more secrets are you hiding? A bitter smile appeared on Mo Lingtian's lips. He realized that he really could not see through Zhuowen anymore. The young man with blood-red hair and blood-red eyes who stood proudly in the air was surrounded by layers of mist. Mo Lingtian had thought that he had seen through Zhuowen after removing a few layers of mist, but he realized that he was very wrong. The mist around the young man in front of him was endless, as if it would never fade away. Patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, didn't you just say that I would have to pay with my life? Now I'm standing here, and you took a few steps back. Is this the price you were talking about? Isn't this price a little too cheap? Zhuowen slowly walked towards the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, but he didn't touch the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. The slaughtering abstinence violation blade was too strong. If Zhuowen wanted to suppress it, he would have to use his demonic eyes. However, the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was enough to deal with the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Zhuowen didn't need to use it. After all, the slaughtering abstinence violation blade belonged to the monk in red clothes. The monk was a high-level great emperor. He had killed great emperors before. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect was also a great emperor, but he was only a low-level one. Even though the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect knew how to use the Xiaoyao sword, he wasn't strong enough to deal with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. When the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect saw Zhuowen walking towards him, he started retreating. He was staring at the slaughtering abstinence violation blade with fear. He could sense that the slaughtering abstinence violation blade's qi was even more terrifying than his Xiaoyao sword. Your great emperor's weapon isn't a low-level great emperor's weapon. Is it a medium-level great emperor's weapon? Asked the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. Zhuowen was still walking slowly, but when he heard what the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect said, he was surprised. Great emperor's weapons were divided into different levels. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect's Xiaoyao sword must be a low-level great emperor's weapon, because the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect used to be a low-level great emperor's weapon. The slaughtering abstinence violation blade must be a high-level great emperor's weapon, thought Zhuowen. Zhuowen had already experienced how terrifying the blood-robed monk was. He was an 8th-level great emperor, and his battle prowess was monstrous. He could kill 9th-level great emperors. His massacre abstinence violation blade could be considered a high-grade monarch weapon. Moreover, it was a top-grade monarch weapon. What? You don't want to admit it? I wouldn't have thought that a little bastard like you would have a great emperor's weapon. But it seems like you haven't mastered it yet, said the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect, smiling coldly. What are you trying to say? Replied Zhuowen indifferently. Ha, what am I trying to say? So what if your weapon is a high-level great emperor's weapon? I'm the patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect sealed his godly awareness in the Xiaoyao sword to save the Xiaoyao sect. Even if you have a medium-level monarch weapon. So what? You can't do anything to me. Lin Feng said, You can't do anything to me. A medium-level great emperor's weapon can't compete with a low-level great emperor's weapon. The patriarch of the Xiaoyao sect burst into laughter. He raised his right hand and pointed at the hilt of the Xiaoyao sword. A beam of white light shot up to the sky from the Xiaoyao sword. Boom, boom, boom. After this milky white light pillar finally rushed out, it immediately began to continuously condense. Finally, it condensed into a huge white figure that was a few thousand feet tall. This figure was wearing a long white robe and had a celestial demeanor. A faintly discernible aura involuntarily rose. Bzzz, the sound of a sword resonated in the air. Then, the Xiao Yao sword started growing bigger and bigger. It turned into a gigantic sword, and the celestial being held it in his hand. Is that the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect? He summoned his godly awareness? It seems like the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect is determined to kill that little boy. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock as they stared at the huge, sage-like figure. They could feel the strength of the sage-like figure. At the same time, they recognized that it was the sect master's divine sense that was contained in the carefree sword. You're dead. The patriarch's godly awareness is terrifying. You've never experienced it before, said the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect proudly. He pointed at Zhuowen and gloated. He knew that after the patriarch's godly awareness, Zhuowen wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he had a medium-level Great Emperor's weapon, it would be useless. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect could see that Zhuowen wasn't familiar with the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was right. Zhuowen hadn't had the slaughtering abstinence violation blade for a long time, and the slaughtering abstinence violation blade was extremely dense. Even Zhuowen couldn't control it. Whoosh! Zhuowen looked indifferent. He raised his right hand and used his mental strength to control the slaughtering abstinence violation blade. He moved it towards the patriarch's godly awareness. Xiao Yao Zizai. The patriarch's godly awareness smiled indifferently. Then, he shook the Xiao Yao sword in his right hand. Suddenly, an invisible sword qi filled the air. It was as smooth as flowing water. Following which, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that when the formless sword lights spread out in front of him, they actually went berserk, revealing their hidden fangs, wanting to deal a fatal blow to Zhuowen. Slash! The slaughtering abstinence violation saber slashed out, and a violent qi of slaughter blossomed, forming a blood-red vortex. It swept up the sword light that suddenly went from soft to firm. Whoosh! The slaughtering oath-breaking blade was very violent. After releasing the sword light in front of it, it made a buzzing sound and directly rushed toward the phantom of the first-generation sect master. It wanted to split and destroy this huge phantom. Chapter 1059. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was dead. Zhuowen frowned as he looked at the slaughtering oath-breaking blade that had been sent flying. He was a little surprised that the sect master of this generation's divine sense was so powerful that it could unleash the terrifying power of the carefree sword. Zhuowen couldn't help but think about the godly awareness in the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. His back was covered with cold sweat. Back then, the monk hadn't released his godly awareness. Instead, he had used it to attack Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that if the monk had released his godly awareness, Zhuowen would have been a dead man. After all, the slaughtering abstinence violation blade had been able to unleash such a powerful attack just by relying on the divine sense contained within the blade, causing Zhuowen to be exhausted and almost lose his life. If he had released his divine sense, Zhuowen would not have been able to withstand a single blow. But the godly awareness must have been taken away by Xiao He. I don't know if it was destroyed or not. Zhuowen frowned and murmured to himself. Bzzz, the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade, was much more powerful than the patriarch had expected. The slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade, which had been sent flying away, made a buzzing sound. Surprisingly, the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade didn't seem to be afraid of death at all. Terrifying murderous qi rose up in the air. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal colliding was unceasingly heard. The slaughtering Buddhist commandment blade collided with the Xiao Yao sword again and again. The sky above the Xiao Yao sect was filled with lightning and thunder. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect frowned. Even though the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade was at a disadvantage, the Xiao Yao sword wasn't able to defeat the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. Instead, they were in a stalemate. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect felt that something was wrong. Although he had never seen a mid-tier emperor weapon before, a mid-tier emperor weapon that couldn't unleash its full power shouldn't be a match for a low-tier emperor weapon that could unleash its full power. But now, the Xiao Yao sword couldn't defeat the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect was confused. Could a medium-level great emperor weapon really be that strong? The illusory shadow of the first sect master shouted and slashed out with the freedom sword in his hand. A huge crescent-shaped sword radiance gushed out from the crack in the void and slashed out toward the slaughtering oath-breaking saber. Clang, clang, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. The crescent-shaped sword radiance arrived, as expected, and slammed heavily on the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. Then, the entire space seemed to have frozen. The slaughtering oath-breaking blade was sent flying, and the bloody aura on its surface began to dim. When the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect saw that, he looked extremely happy. All he had to do was break through Zhuo Wen's defense, and he would definitely die. Take advantage of the victory and pursue. Kill! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect furiously. The patriarch nodded and jumped forwards. He appeared in front of the deadly Buddhist abstinence blade. He raised his Xiao Yao sword and crashed onto the deadly Buddhist abstinence blade's blade. Then sparks appeared. Those sparks looked like stars in the sky. Whoosh! The slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade was sent flying away. The slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade became dimmer. It looked like it was going to disappear at any moment. Kill him! Shouted the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect happily. He pointed at the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and shouted. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect listened to him and slashed down with his Xiao Yao sword. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's godly awareness was set to obey the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Therefore, he had to obey the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect unconditionally. That little boy is going to die. The carefree sword slashed down from the sky, and this scene was firmly imprinted in the eyes of everyone in the square. The power of this sword was very terrifying. Wherever it passed, the space collapsed inch by inch, like glass shattering. Even the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, who was at the top of the celestial Zun realm, would die in front of that sword. Even though Zhuowen was strong, that sword was terrifying. Zhuowen couldn't resist that sword. However, Zhu Wen's gaze remained calm. He raised his head slightly and stared at the unfettered sword that was getting closer and closer. The wild sword sound was like a myriad of thunderbolts, constantly ringing in his ears. Wild gales blew over and lifted Zhuo Wen's wild blood-red hair. It seems like I have to grab the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade to break the Xiao Yao sword's godly awareness. Zhuo Wen sighed softly. His face was expressionless. He waved his right hand, and the slaughtering abstinence violation blade that had been sent flying flew back to him. Zhuo Wen caught it in his hand. Boom! The moment Zhuo Wen grasped the slaughtering abstinence violation blade, the originally dim blade began to glow with a demonic light. Following that, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged into Zhuo Wen's body, flowing through his meridians in an attempt to assimilate his entire body. Demonic eye! Zhuo Wen groaned and summoned the demonic eye between his eyebrows. The black demonic eye blinked and swallowed a part of the slaughter chi that was eroding Zhuo Wen's body. It was within Zhuowen's tolerance. Die! With the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade in hand, Zhuowen's temperament immediately changed. He became murderous, like a war-crazed demon god. The murderous aura from the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade caused Zhuowen's aura to surge to the limit. Whoosh! The Xiao Yao sword was fast. It fell from the sky and arrived above Zhuowen's head in an instant. The milky white halo stretched across the sky and turned into a bridge. It was dazzling and magnificent. Zhuowen spat out a single word as he brandished the slaughtering abstinence violation blade in his hand. Immediately, boundless killing aura surged as a blood-colored blade shadow appeared in the void. Next, it heavily collided with the descending carefree sword. Dong! A sound that resembled the sound of a bronze bell rang out, following which the entire void trembled violently. The milky white halo and the berserk blood-red radiance divided the horizon into two regions, one red and one white. It was extremely dazzling. That guy, he blocked it? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect stood in the sky and stared at the white and red lights in the sky. He whispered to himself, "Break." Zhuowen held the slaughtering abstinence violation blade in his right hand and slashed out again. At the same time, the demonic eye on his forehead blinked and surged with surging demonic energy. The slaughtering abstinence violation blade in his hand surged with an even more intense killing intent. In a flash, Zhuowen's blade changed drastically. In one breath, countless blade shadows appeared. Each one was more terrifying than the previous one. The seventh slash, when the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade reached the seventh slash, the milky white halo around the Xiao Yao sword disappeared. The eighth slash, the Xiao Yao sword started to move back. The patriarch's shadow was also pushed back by the red light. The ninth slash, with a furious roar, Zhuowen fiercely slashed out the ninth blade. The frenzied blade shadows formed a blood-colored vortex light pillar that reached the sky. This terrifying blood-colored vortex light pillar violently surged out and directly pierced through the illusory figure of the sect master. The latter was also heavily injured and began to become more and more illusory. The 10th slash. After the 10th slash, a huge saber shadow fell from the sky and crushed down. Instantly, the shadow of the sect master was turned into white powder by this saber shadow. Bzzz, the Xiao Yao sword shrieked and turned back into a 3-foot-long sword. It flew back into the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's hand. He broke the patriarch's godly awareness. That great imperial weapon, how can it be so strong? The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect held the Xiao Yao sword and moved back a few dozen meters. He couldn't believe it. Zhuowen didn't say anything. He jumped again and condensed slaughter chi. In a flash, he arrived in front of the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. Bang! The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect raised his Xiao Yao sword to block the attack. Unfortunately, it was useless. The Xiao Yao sword was knocked away by the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. Slash! The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect spat out blood and moved back. He stared at Zhuowen with fear in his eyes. Come! The moment the unfettered sword was sent flying, Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the unfettered sword immediately flew into his hand. After carefully examining it for a while, he unceremoniously put it into his spirit ring. That's the ancestral weapon of the Xiao Yao sect. How dare you take it away? Shouted the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect furiously. The Xiao Yao sect is about to be destroyed. Why would you need an ancestral weapon? Said Zhuowen mockingly. He raised his murderous Buddhist abstinence blade high in the air. His terrifying murderous chi turned into a hurricane which surrounded the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect. The patriarch's escape route was blocked. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's face was deathly pale, especially when he sensed the hurricane around him. He knew he had no way out now. "What level is your Buddhist abstinence blade?" asked the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, staring at the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. Zhuowen looked indifferent and said, "You're about to die, so there's no harm in telling you. This Buddhist abstinence blade is called the slaughtering Buddhist abstinence blade. It's been used to kill ninth-layer great emperors." The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's pupils shrank. He smiled wryly and said, "I see. It's a high-level great imperial weapon. No wonder it's so strong. I didn't lose in vain. So you can die now." Then he raised his deadly Buddhist abstinence blade and cut the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect's head in two. He couldn't be any more dead than that. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect had died. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect is dead. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect couldn't believe it. The patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, who had been holding the Xiao Yao sword, couldn't escape death. It was all because of the young man with blood-red hair. "The patriarch is dead. Let's run." When the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect died, the disciples of the Xiao Yao sect who were on the other side of the square threw away their weapons and ran away from the square. Chapter 1060. Encirclement. The sect master of the Xiao Yao sect was killed, and the Xiao Yao sword was stolen. Everyone was stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses. They looked at each other and fell into silence. The Xiao Yao sect, which had stood in West Trench City for hundreds of years, had actually started to decline because of a young man. Even though they hadn't been uprooted, the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect and the 5 celestial Zun elders had been killed. The Xiao Yao sect had lost its core members. Whoosh! Zhuowen landed in front of Mo Lingtian and the other 3. He ignored the exclamations of the surrounding people and asked solemnly, "Jia Nan, I heard you say that the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect was not killed by the 3 of you?" Jia Nan nodded and said, "Brother Zhuo, we can swear that the death of the young sect master of the Xiao Yao sect has nothing to do with us." "Yes, back then, the young sect master coveted me and Sister Gatha's beauty and wanted to use force. However, he did not expect that the 3 of us were far stronger than the Xuanzuan realm. He suffered a little and was taught a lesson by us. After that, he left in embarrassment." Xianxing added, "If it wasn't you who killed him, then who killed him? Moreover, he died after being taught a lesson by the 3 of you." Mo Lingtian frowned and said in a strange tone, "Framing." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Framing? Who would frame us? We just entered the academy not long ago. Why would someone frame us?" Jianan frowned and said. Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. He said softly, "I'm afraid it's not because of you. It's because of me." The 4 of them were startled as a pondering expression appeared in their eyes. They were clearly aware of just how powerful Zhuo was when he had entered the Jiaxin Academy and had offended many people. It was still reasonable to say that Zhuo had framed Jia Nan and the other 2. However, who was the mastermind behind this? "This time, let's not go back together. We'll go separately," Zhuowen suddenly said to Mo Lingtian and the other 3. This, Mo Lingtian and the other 3 looked at each other and hesitated. "Don't worry. If the mastermind behind this is really because of me, I'm afraid that the purpose is to lure me out. It's really not worth it for you to take the risk with me. Moreover, you have all seen my strength just now, haven't you? So you don't have to worry too much." Zhuowen chuckled. Hearing this, Mo Lingtian and the other 3 nodded and said, "Brother Zhuo, be careful. I know you have a lot of tricks up your sleeve, but don't fight too hard. When it's time to retreat, retreat." Don't worry, I'm not someone who doesn't know when to back down. The four of you can leave first. Zhuowen smiled and nodded. Good. Be careful. Emo Lingtian and the other three nodded again. With a step, they left the carefree square, like a wisp of smoke, and headed towards the outer courtyard. As he watched the four figures gradually disappear from his line of sight, Zhuowen's expression slowly darkened. With a step, Zhuowen suddenly leapt into the air. Just as he was about to break through the air, a binding force suddenly appeared above the carefree sect. Oh, Zhuowen's brows slightly furrowed. Under this binding force, his body suddenly froze in the air. Soon after, Zhuowen's cold eyes faintly swept across the mountain range where the carefree sect was located. It was as if he wanted to see through everything hidden within this pitch-black mountain range. A wisp of black light swept out from between Zhuowen's brows. Soon after, his entire body was covered in cold dragon scales. Zhuowen's eyes were replaced by a dark gold color. His gaze also became much sharper, as if he could see through everything. Break for me! Zhuowen angrily roared. His hands, which were covered in dragon scales, violently swung. Instantly, the binding force on his body crumbled under this powerful force. Soon after, Zhuowen attempted to break through the air again. Boom! After Zhuowen had flown dozens of meters, a thick golden barrier suddenly appeared, blocking Zhuowen's path. He heavily smashed against this barrier, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily retreat dozens of steps. His expression became extremely solemn. Who is it? Zhuowen simply stopped in the air and coldly shouted as he coldly swept his gaze across the enormous mountain range below. Ha ha! Zhuowen, your reaction is really slow. We've been hiding in the mountain range for so long, and you still haven't discovered us. A deep voice suddenly sounded out. Soon after, 6 figures flew over from the mountain range below. The one in the lead was wearing a long golden robe, and his eyes were filled with arrogance. Emperor Jin, Emperor Feng, Emperor Lan, Emperor Qing, and sweeping his gaze across the 4 people with terrifying auras, Zhuowen's gaze finally landed on the other 2 figures beside the 4 great Emperor Realm warriors. Blue Smoke and Grand Lily? Blue Smoke had a refined smile at the corner of his mouth. He cupped his hands towards Zhuowen in a rather hypocritical manner and said, Brother Zhuo, it's been a long time since we last met. Blue Smoke also misses you. Zhuowen completely ignored Blue Smoke's hypocritical politeness. His gaze was fixed on Grand Lily, as he said indifferently, I didn't expect you to be involved. Hearing this, Grand Lily bit her lower lip with her pearly white teeth. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen as she said, You are really Zhuowen from the Qingxian Empire? Zhuowen laughed. What does that have to do with you? Grand Lily's beautiful face froze. She gritted her teeth and said, Emperor Qing has already told me that you are Zhuowen from the Qingxian Empire. Are you still not going to admit it? What does it have to do with you whether I admit it or not? Who are you to me? Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. His fiancée and name back then had already openly teamed up with Emperor Qing to harm him. Now, Zhuowen's heart was extremely cold. There were even traces of killing intent in his heart. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. The aura of the dragon soul on your body is not a lie. You are Zhuowen from the Qingxian Empire. Grand Lily's voice turned cold as she stared at Zhuowen with her beautiful eyes. Why? Today, you came with Emperor Qing and the rest to kill me? Zhuowen said indifferently, You killed my father. The enmity of killing my father is irreconcilable, Grand Lily said coldly. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. After saying that, Zhuowen turned his attention back to Supreme Jin and said, You were the ones who killed the unfettered sex young master, right? You were also the ones who arranged for me to be framed, weren't you? Smart. Previously, you had played a cicada shedding its shell trick in front of the four of us. Did you think that we would let you off so easily? Jianan and the other two were your best friends. If we didn't attack them, why would you appear? However, you're quite alert. You actually allowed the four of them to leave first. Supreme Jean laughed icily. Were Lan Yen and Grand Lily the ones who provided the information? Zhuan asked again. You're not stupid. It was us. Grand Lily raised her head and stared coldly at Zhuan. She knew very well that with four Emperor-level powerhouses involved, Zhuan would not be able to escape this time. With the four of us here, don't even think about running away. Obediently hand over the unfettered sword and the other Emperor weapon. At the same time, hand over your spiritual ring, and I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Supreme Jean spread out his right hand and said indifferently, What if I don't hand it over? Zhuan asked with a sinister look in his eyes. You don't want to hand it over? Then die. Supreme Jin's eyes curled into a dangerous arc. He then stomped his foot, and a terrifying Emperor-level aura surged out. 9 golden stars descended from the sky and turned into the star territory that was unique to Emperor-level powerhouses. Whoosh! Supreme Jean stepped into the void and instantly appeared above Zhuan. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He had wanted to kill this hateful brat for a long time. The Alcade Sacred Court's third prince had all been killed by this brat. Their hatred had reached a point where they would not rest until one of them was dead. Furthermore, Zhuan's fearless attitude had pissed Supreme Jean off for a long time. Therefore, as soon as Zhuan finished speaking, he immediately attacked. Since this Zhuan was not willing to hand it over, he could still snatch the 2 Emperor weapons from him after killing him. The moment Supreme Jean made his move, the other 3 martial emperors did not make their move. Instead, they stood at the back and watched silently. Supreme Jean had the strongest cultivation base among the 4 of them. He was a 3rd-level martial emperor. It would be a piece of cake for him to take care of Zhuan. Blue Smoke and Grand Lily sneered. At this moment, they already regarded Zhuan as a dead man. No matter how monstrous Zhuan was, it was unlikely that he would be a match for a 3rd Heaven Emperor. Rumble! As soon as the Emperor's aura descended, Zhuan felt his entire body being shrouded by a heavy pressure. It was as if his entire body was being crushed by countless mountains. Die! A huge golden palm surrounded by 9 stars came crashing down on Zhuan, intending to completely suppress Zhuan. Break! Zhuan roared angrily. Suddenly, a dragon's roar erupted from his body. Then, a black dragon shadow emerged from his body and circled around him, instantly breaking the terrifying Emperor's aura that enveloped his entire body. Dragon wings! Open! With a low roar, 3 pairs of huge dragon wings unfurled. Zhuan's speed soared to the extreme, and he disappeared from where he was standing. At the same time, the huge golden palm came crashing down from the sky and slammed into the void where Zhuan had been. Terrifying golden light gushed out, annihilating the small space where Zhuan had been. Countless cracks appeared in that small space. The power of Emperor-level powerhouse's attack was terrifying. Zhuan, who had retreated a few hundred meters away, looked at the annihilated space and was shocked. Supreme Jin's power was truly terrifying. What a slippery little bastard. Let's see how many moves you can dodge. Supreme Jin's indifferent voice rang out from the void. Then, another huge golden palm came crashing down from the sky and landed on top of Zhuan's head. Damn it! Zhuan roared. With a stomp of his foot, he immediately dashed to the other side in an attempt to dodge Supreme Jin's attack. Little bastard! The prince of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty is not that easy to kill. Since you've killed him, you'll have to pay the price. Chapter 1061. Burial at Sea. You've killed my blue whale, Holy Court's crown prince, Yun Zhongyang. Don't even think about leaving this place alive today. Just as Emperor Feng attacked, Emperor Lan appeared on the other side of Emperor Feng with the boundless power of the sea, blocking off Zhuowen's other escape route. Zhuowen, let's not talk about our grudges. You won't be able to escape today. Emperor Qing leisurely appeared behind Zhuowen with 9 green stars revolving around him. There was a mocking smile on his face. Boom! Just as Wind Emperor, Lan Emperor, and Qing Emperor blocked Zhuowen's 3 escape routes, Jin Emperor's attack also arrived in an instant. A golden palm, which was as large as a mountain, came crashing down on Zhuowen's head. The terrifying power caused Lan Yan and Grand Lily to shudder in fear. This Zhuowen is finished. Lan Yan's lips curled into a mocking smile as she chuckled. Grand Lily's beautiful eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Aside from that, there was also deep hatred. Zhuowen had killed her father, Grand Haohai. She would never forget the grudge of killing her father. However, what she didn't expect was that back then it was their grand family who had pressured Zhuowen in every way possible. Moreover, that Grand Haohai had tried every possible means to kill Zhuowen. That Grand Haohai's death was merely a result of his own actions. Zhuowen's eyes darkened in the face of everyone's mocking gazes. When Emperor Jin's golden palm came crashing down, a jade-colored leaf appeared in Zhuowen's hand. He immediately crushed it and disappeared from the encirclement of the 4 Emperor Realm experts, as though he had teleported. Boom! The golden palm once again missed its target. Supreme Jin's eyes narrowed, while Supreme Emperor Qing and the other 2 revealed a look of astonishment. They never thought that Zhuowen would actually possess a treasure that could allow him to teleport. Bang! Zhuowen reappeared a few miles away from the 4 great emperors. There was an invisible barrier in front of him. Originally, he wanted to use the 9 autumn's wind to teleport 1,000 miles away to escape the pursuit of the 4 great emperors. However, when he moved a few miles away, he was stopped by the invisible barrier in front of him, and Zhuowen was knocked dizzy. Ha ha! It's useless. We've already set up an inescapable net for you. This time, you won't be able to escape even if you grow wings. It's better for you to obediently stay here and accept your death. Supreme Jin laughed heartily. Golden light erupted from his body, and he charged towards Zhuowen once again. The other 3 martial emperors were not to be outdone either. They followed behind Supreme Jin, and their eyes were filled with mockery. This time, they had planned this for a long time. They had used Jianan, Gatha, Xianxing, and Zhuowen's relationship with Zhuowen to lure him to West Path City. Their goal was to kill him. Ever since they had been toyed with by Zhuowen, the 4 great emperors had become much smarter. They had set up an inescapable net in advance in order to trap Zhuowen. Trying to escape in vain. What wishful thinking. Blue Smoke stood quietly on the other side and watched. The corners of his mouth were filled with a cold smile. Zhuowen's expression was ugly. He stomped his foot and dashed towards the other side. However, he was disappointed to see that an invisible barrier had appeared on the other side as well. In other words, Supreme Jin and the others had already set up a restrictive barrier in the surrounding dozens of miles. When Zhuowen arrived at this place, they had activated the restrictive barrier and completely trapped him. The 4 martial emperors, led by Supreme Jin, sneered as they stared at Zhuowen, who was trying to escape. Their eyes were filled with mockery. With the restrictive barrier in place, they were not afraid of Zhuowen escaping. Hence, they were not in a hurry to kill Zhuowen. When he realized that the restrictive barrier had been set up all around him, Zhuowen's eyes darkened, and he gave up on the idea of escaping. "Why don't you continue to run? Why aren't you running away anymore? Supreme Jin slowly walked towards Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with mockery and iciness. Back then, Zhuowen had killed Zhuowen in front of him and had thoroughly angered him. Hence, he must kill Zhuowen. Zhuowen, today you must die. Accept your fate. Supreme Jin arrived beside Supreme Jin and said indifferently. Supreme Jin and Supreme Feng walked silently behind them without saying a word. However, one could tell from the look in their eyes that they shared the same thoughts as Supreme Lan and Supreme Qing. Swoosh! Zhuowen did not say anything. He stomped his foot once again and instantly dashed towards the other side at an extremely fast speed. Are you still struggling? You really won't give up until all hope is gone. Supreme Jin's lips curled into a smile. He was not worried that Zhuowen would escape at all. Not good. This kid is heading towards blue smoke and Grand Lily. The smile on Emperor Lan's face had just blossomed when he heard Emperor Qing's shout. The smile on his face immediately froze. His eyes widened as he looked at Zhuowen. Sure enough, he realized that Zhuowen was heading in the direction where Lan Yan and Grand Lily were. Both of you run. Emperor Lan roared angrily. With a stomp of his foot, he flew away in a hurry, while Emperor Qing followed closely behind with a dark look in his eyes. Although Emperor Jin and Emperor Feng were a little surprised, they were not as anxious as Emperor Qing and Emperor Feng. After all, Blue Smoke and Grand Lily were not the geniuses of the Alcade Sacred Dynasty. Naturally, they did not care. Their main goal this time was to kill Zhuowen. Run! Blue Smoke and Grand Lily also noticed Zhuowen rushing towards them. Their expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. They knew how strong Zhuowen was. Although Blue Smoke was at the peak of the Golden Exalt stage, he still did not dare to fight against Zhuowen. As for Grand Lily, he was only at the Supreme Being stage, let alone being a match for Zhuowen. Run? Can you run? Since you are the traitors, you will have to pay the price. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. The two of them were the culprits who had attracted the attention of the four emperors. How could Zhuowen let them go? Zhuowen tapped his forehead with his right hand and took out the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. He raised his right hand, and a dragon's roar was heard. The 81 dragons aura that was contained in the Supreme Dragon Cauldron suddenly emerged and turned into a sea of dragons, blocking the escape route of Blue Smoke and Grand Lily. Looking at the terrifying dragon's aura in front of them, Blue Smoke and Grand Lily's faces turned pale. They could not help but tremble. They did not dare to face Zhuowen. After all, he had killed the patriarch of the Xiao Yao sect, and he had an emperor weapon. They were no match for him. Don't kill us, or you will die miserably. Blue Smoke shouted and started to speak incoherently. Do you think if I don't kill you, my fate will change? That's ridiculous. Zhuowen smiled mockingly. He waved his right hand, and the dragon's aura surrounded Blue Smoke and Grand Lily. Then, Zhuowen appeared in front of Blue Smoke and lifted him up. Release Blue Smoke. Release Grand Lily. The Blue Emperor and the Green Emperor roared at the same time. Their speed soared to the limit. Unfortunately, the two of them were originally some distance away from Zhuowen. Now, they could not reach Zhuowen immediately. Ridiculous! Zhuowen completely ignored the Blue Emperor and the Green Emperor, who were roaring angrily. He grabbed Lan Yan's head with his sharp dragon claws and exerted force. No! Blue Smoke shouted. The sound of bones breaking resounded in the air. Blue Smoke lost his life. It's your turn. Grand Lily. After killing Lan Yan, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Grand Lily. There was not a trace of emotion in his voice. Don't kill me. I used to be your fiancé. How can you kill me? Grand Lily's eyes were filled with fear as she screamed. You have been divorced by me. You have nothing to do with me anymore. Originally, we could have stayed out of each other's business. Unfortunately, you chose to go against me. Don't blame me for being merciless. Shuwen didn't waste his breath any longer. His right palm abruptly blasted out as a strand of origin energy gushed out and blasted onto Grant Lily's forehead. The extremely invasive origin energy surged into Grant Lily's body, causing Grant Lily's eyes to open wide as her vitality was severed. Before she died, Grand Lily's eyes were filled with regret. It had been so long. Why did she continue to be entangled with Zhuowen? She had already successfully entered the outer court of the Garcia Divine Academy. If she worked hard in her cultivation in the future, her achievements would definitely not be weak. At that time, she would be able to return to the Qing Xian Empire and revitalize the Grand family. But now, because of the hatred in her heart, she had completely lost her life. Boom! After killing Grand Lily and Lan Yen, Azure Emperor and Azure Emperor's attacks arrived as scheduled. Their attacks, which exuded Emperor's might, crushed down like the heavens. Exterminating oath-breaking blade. Zhuowen shouted. A blood-red, oath-breaking blade appeared in his hand. He swung it behind him, and a blood-red killing aura surged out. It slashed against the attacks of the two Emperor Realm experts. Buzz, the exterminating oath-breaking blade, only lasted for a moment before it was sent flying by the terrifying attack. The surface of the exterminating oath-breaking blade dimmed a little, and the murderous aura that was surging out of it was also slowly withdrawn. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his right hand and caught the exterminating oath-breaking blade. He retreated 100 steps and stared at Emperor Lan and Emperor Qing, who were not far away. You're courting death. I'm going to kill you. Looking at Blue Smoke, who was already dead, Emperor Lan was enraged. The only monstrous genius of their blue whale, Holy Dynasty, had died in the hands of Zhuowen. Emperor Lan had almost lost his mind. Whoosh! Without saying a word, Emperor Lan rushed in front of Zhuowen again. Waves of terrifying blue oceanic energy surged out. In an instant, monstrous tsunamis surged in the surroundings. Wave after wave rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's entire body was surrounded by countless tsunamis. He slashed out again and again. Although each slash could split apart a tsunami, the tsunamis around him seemed to be endless. Every time one was destroyed, another would be born. It was extremely frightening and terrifying. Feudal Struggle, Burial at Sea. Chapter 1062. Dragon Domain. Zhuowen groaned and retreated several dozen steps. His face turned a little pale as he looked at the giant wave that was nearly 100 feet tall. The burial at sea that the Blue Emperor had used was extremely terrifying. He had probably used his full strength in an attempt to kill Zhuowen. Kid, absorb all 81 strands of dragon might from the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. Xiaohei's voice finally rang out at this moment. His voice was filled with seriousness. Absorb the dragon might. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. However, he did not doubt Xiaohei's words. Back then, it was Xiaohei who had asked him to absorb the dragon might from the dragon vein into the Supreme Dragon Cauldron to nurture it. Moreover, the effects of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron were pretty good. After half a year of nurturing, the dragon might was much more powerful than before. Absorb! Zhuowen cried out as he thought of this. The 81 strands of dragon might around him were all absorbed into his body under his control. For a time, dragon roars continuously rang out from within Zhuowen's body. Lift the dragon scale on your right claw and take out a drop of dragon blood. Xiaohei said again. Zhuowen was taken aback. Soon after, he nodded and did as he was told. He lifted the dragon scale on his right claw, and a drop of dark golden dragon blood flowed out. With my dragon blood, the dragon might of the Azure Dragon, condensed the dragon domain. A solemn voice rang out in Zhuowen's heart. Zhuowen could not help but recite it as well. Immediately, dragon silhouettes that were roaring towards the sky surged out around him. These dragon silhouettes were bound by black chains. One end of the chains was tied to the dragon silhouettes, while the other end was tied to Zhuowen's body. It was as if Zhuowen was controlling these terrifyingly powerful giant dragons with the chains alone. It was extremely terrifying, as if he was controlling 10,000 dragons by himself. Dragon domain? Did Xiao He ask me to nurture the 81 strands of dragon might in order to condense this strange dragon might? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation. However, the 100-feet-tall wave that descended from the sky did not give Zhuowen any time to think. In an instant, Zhuowen's entire body was enveloped by it. What terrifying energy from the sea! At this moment, Zhuowen was in the middle of the vast sea. There was an immense pressure in the deep sea. Zhuowen's body. Fortunately, the dragon domain condensed from the dragon's blood, and power just now protected Zhuo when firmly in the center, barely holding on in this deep sea environment. It's a pity that your dragon might has only been nurtured for a short period of time, so the dragon domain you can condense isn't very firm. Xiao Hei's voice rang out again, and there was a trace of pity in his voice. What exactly is this dragon domain? Zhuowen suddenly asked. It's a secret technique of the dragon clan. It's a powerful defense, condensed from the dragon blood and dragon might. However, it doesn't have any offensive capabilities. Xiao Hei continued. It only has defensive capabilities. Zhuowen nodded. He was a little disappointed. He could only defend passively in the burial at sea. However, he would definitely lose if he continued to defend. After all, this was not a long-term solution. It seems that I can only use the slaughter oath-breaking blade to forcefully break through the surrounding burial at sea. Zhuowen muttered to himself. He held the slaughter oath-breaking blade in his hand and slashed out. The slaughter aura gathered into an endless blood pillar that soared into the sky. Suddenly, the originally calm deep sea started to ripple. Boom! A thunder-like explosion resounded. The blood pillar that soared into the sky suddenly broke through the surrounding pressure and soared into the sky. It formed a cylindrical passage in the deep sea. Zhuowen took a step forward and followed the cylindrical passage. Then he flew straight up. Whoosh! Seawater splashed everywhere. Zhuowen suddenly broke out of the water. He was surrounded by countless dragon shadows, as if he was the messenger of 10,000 dragons. He broke through. Londi narrowed his eyes. He was a little surprised that Zhuowen had broken through his attack. So what if I broke through? Take another blow from me. Londi shouted softly and rushed out again. He appeared in front of Zhuowen as if he had teleported. Yuanli spat out from his right palm, which contained the power of the sea. He blasted out a palm that was like a tsunami. Boom! However, Emperor Lan's palm was blocked by the dragon phantoms around Zhuowen. Emperor Lan was surprised to find that his palm was stuck in a swamp, under the dragon phantom's obstruction. He couldn't move an inch forward. What's up with these dragon shadows around this kid? Why is his defense so strong? Londi's pupils shrank. He could not help but mutter to himself. Slash! At the same time, Zhuowen's right hand, which was holding the slaughter oath-breaking blade, slashed down. He wanted to kill Londi completely. Humph! Although this emperor weapon is strong, it's a pity that you can't unleash any of its power. What a waste! Londi snorted coldly. He shook his sleeve and waves of blue ocean energy burst out. They formed a pillar of water that shot into the sky and blocked the slaughter oath-breaking blade. Thud, thud, thud. Zhuowen's pupils shrank under this power. He was forced to retreat dozens of steps. The blood in his body boiled, and he almost could not suppress it. What are the three of you standing there for? Let's attack together. The dragon shadows around this kid are very strong. Let's work together to break through. The treasures on this kid's body will be divided equally among the four of us. After defeating Zhuowen, Supreme Emperor Lan immediately yelled at Supreme Emperor Qing, Supreme Emperor Jin, and Supreme Emperor Feng behind him. He wanted to join forces with the three of them to attack Zhuowen together. Lan Di is right. This kid has many trump cards. We should attack together and end this quickly. Qing Di and the other two nodded and came to Lan Di's side. Qing Di chuckled and said, "The three of you, Feng Di and I, have reserved the blood oath-breaking blade in this kid's hand. As for the other treasures, the two of you can split them equally." Lan Di and Qing Di cursed in their hearts. However, they did not dare to refute. Qing Di was the strongest among the four, and he was a third-level great emperor. His words held the most weight among the four of them. Moreover, Feng Di was on his side. The two of them did not dare to go against Qing Di. Since the treasures have been divided, let's kill this kid. As soon as Emperor Jin said this, he took the lead and charged forward. The 9 golden stars on his body turned into a starry domain, which was extremely dazzling. Emperor Qing, Emperor Feng, and Emperor Lan also unleashed their own starry domains as destructive stars circled around their bodies. Die, die, die. The four of them surrounded Zhuowen and attacked with their palms. The power of the stars and the terrifying emperor's aura filled the entire space. The pitch-black sky seemed to be dyed with many colors. When the 4 great emperors released their 9 stars, there were a total of 36 huge stars. The dazzling starlight illuminated the entire Carefree Sect mountain range and West Path City. Those are Emperor stars? There are a total of 36 Emperor stars. Are 4 great emperors coming to West Path City? Finally, the attacks of the 4 Emperor Realm experts had completely drawn the attention of the cultivators in West Path City. When all the cultivators noticed the 36 stars that floated in the sky, their gazes revealed shock. The strongest person in West Path City was the Carefree Sect Master, who was a peak heavenly venerable. Other than the first Carefree Sect Master, there had not been an Emperor Realm cultivator in West Path City for hundreds of years. However, 4 great emperors had appeared in the sky above West Path City. For the cultivators in West Path City who had not seen great emperors for hundreds of years, it was an unprecedented visual impact. Look, the 4 great emperors are teaming up to attack one person. Who is that person? Why do 4 great emperors have to team up to capture him? When the 36 Emperor stars rose in the sky above West Path City, the crowd quickly noticed the figure surrounded by the 4 great emperors. The figure was shrouded in countless dragon shadows. It was hazy, and they could not see his true face. Boom, boom. The attacks of the 4 Emperor Realm experts continued to pour out, bombarding the dragon domain continuously. Terrifying explosions spread out. This was the power of the Emperor Realm. The result of each of their attacks was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Zhuowen groaned as blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. The dragon domain around him began to tremble and tremble. Deng, deng, deng. Zhuowen retreated again and again. His face was extremely pale. Zhuowen finally understood how terrifying the attacks of the 4 great emperors were. If it were not for the support of the dragon domain, Zhuowen would be a dead man. The dragon domain can't hold on for much longer. What should I do? Zhuowen was burning with anxiety as he muttered to himself. Crack! In 5 breaths' time, The surrounding dragon shadows began to wail, and cracks appeared on the surface. Zhuowen's blood began to flow more and more from his mouth. The blood in his body churned like a tsunami. Bang! In the end, the dragon domain completely collapsed. A heavenly attack passed through the shattered dragon shadows and smashed towards Zhuowen. Sun fire! Boundless fire of the sun gushed out and surrounded Zhuowen, forming an impenetrable wall of fire. Crack! Unfortunately, although the sun fire was strong, the attacks of the four great emperors were too terrifying. As soon as they came into contact with the wall of fire was completely destroyed and continued to surge towards Zhuowen. Slash! Zhuowen kept retreating. His right hand gripped the exterminating Buddhist commandment blade and slashed down from above his head, slamming heavily on the incoming attack. Bang! 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 Continuous explosions rang out. Then Zhuowen felt a sharp pain in the web between his thumb and index finger. Blood flowed out of his mouth as he spat out another mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Die! The four martial emperors arrived abruptly. They exchanged a glance and launched another terrifying attack. For attacks surged out like four roaming dragons, rushing towards Zhuowen from all directions. They wanted to blast him into smithereens. Damn it, you're really troublesome. Looks like I'll have to use such a good thing again. Chapter 1063. Massacre Destruction Bang Bang Bang. The four martial emperors' attacks came crashing down. However, the murderous aura from the massacre abstinence violation blade had already wrapped around Zhuowen. Hence, the four attacks were all blocked by the murderous aura. Oh, what's going on? That emperor weapon is emitting such a terrifying, murderous aura. Supreme Jean and the other three frowned when they saw this. They came to a halt and stared at Zhuowen, who was wrapped in murderous aura. In astonishment, let's blast this murderous aura apart. I don't care what tricks he has up his sleeves. Can't we break it apart if we join forces? Supreme Jean coldly snorted. He then took a step forward and immediately charged towards the gathering murderous aura. The other three nodded and followed behind Supreme Jean. The power in their bodies rose to the maximum as they prepared to kill Zhuowen at any time. The four of them arrived at the core of the murderous aura. At this moment, the blood-colored murderous aura surged and gathered, forming a blood-colored vortex. Zhuowen's figure was faintly discernible within the vortex. Blast open the murderous aura and kill this little bastard. Supreme Jean instructed before he made the first move. He reached out with his right hand, and the 9 golden orbs immediately surged with violent star energy and gathered in the center of his palm. The blazing golden light made it seem as if a small golden sun was being nurtured in his palm. The other three also mobilized their star energy, intending to use their full strength to break open the blood-colored vortex and kill Zhuowen, who was hidden within. Boom, boom, boom. For rays of star energy blasted out, and a heavenly might filled the air. However, the four of them frowned because their attacks felt as if they had fallen into a swamp and could not break through at all. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was deep within the blood-colored vortex, slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was filled with confusion because all he could see was the color of blood. Where am I? Zhuowen instinctively asked. Kid, I let go of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. This dragon lord has already gone all out. I completely released the spiritual sense of the scarlet-clad monk that I collected last time. Since these four fellows are still haunting you, I might as well teach them a lesson they will remember well. Xiao He came before Zhuowen and said with a gloomy expression, this monk was a high-level martial emperor. Even if it was just a strand of his divine sense, it was still as vast as the ocean. It would be of great benefit to Xiao He Initially, Xiaohe had planned to slowly absorb this divine sense. Unfortunately, her plan could not keep up with the changes. Supreme Jean and the others were like sticky candy as they pestered Zhuowen relentlessly, determined to kill him. Xiaohe could not possibly let Zhuowen die, so she had no choice but to use the power of the blood-red monk's divine sense. Didn't you say that you had erased the divine thoughts of the monk in bloody garments? I didn't expect you to collect them yourself. Zhuowen was stunned, and then snorted coldly. Xiaohe smiled awkwardly, and said, "The power of this monk's divine sense is not small. It is a great supplement for this dragon lord. Unfortunately, I have no choice but to use it now. Kid, quickly let go of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. The divine sense of the monk in bloody garments is about to appear. This is the divine sense of a high-level martial emperor. The power it can unleash is extremely terrifying." Zhuowen nodded and gently let go of his right hand. Instantly, the slaughtering abstinence violation saber buzzed and shot out from the center of the blood-colored vortex. The 4 people who were watching from outside the blood-colored vortex suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. Soon after, the slaughtering abstinence violation saber broke through the vortex and slashed towards Emperor Feng. Emperor Feng was the weakest among the 4. His cultivation was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm. "How dare you attack me? You're courting death." Looking at the blood-colored abstinence violation saber, Emperor Feng was not afraid. Instead, his eyes were filled with greed. Previously, the power of the blood-colored abstinence violation saber was very weak. Therefore, Emperor Feng was not afraid of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. "Wind!" Emperor Feng roared, and his hands began to gather a frenzied hurricane. The 9 stars above his head were formed by an extremely powerful hurricane and contained traces of the law of wind. Swoosh! The slaughtering abstinence violation saber turned into a demonic crimson light. Although it was still a few hundred meters away, it arrived in front of Emperor Feng in the blink of an eye. Emperor Feng was still gathering the power of wind slowly, and he did not expect danger to approach him. When the slaughtering abstinence violation saber arrived in front of him, Emperor Feng realized that something was amiss. He raised his head and saw the slaughtering abstinence violation saber in front of him. What's going on? Why is the speed of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber so fast? Emperor Feng's eyes narrowed, and he roared. He raised his hands, and the incomplete power of wind surged out in an attempt to block the saber. However, there was not the slightest hint of anxiety in Emperor Feng's eyes. He was well aware of the power of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. It would be difficult for it to hurt him. Therefore, he was not very concerned about the attack from the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. Crack! However, when the slaughtering abstinence violation saber arrived in front of the power of wind could not withstand a single blow and was instantly broken. Then, the crimson light transformed and pierced through Emperor Feng's forehead. Swoosh! A stream of blood spurted out. Emperor Feng's eyes were wide open in anger as he looked up at the sky. Blood flowed out from his forehead like a broken dam. How is this possible? Why has the power of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber increased so much? I can't accept this. Emperor Feng roared, and his physical body finally collapsed. Immediately, the nascent soul in his dantian rushed out of his physical body and headed towards Emperor Jean. "Emperor Jean, save me!" Emperor Feng's terrified voice rang out. Unfortunately, Emperor Feng's nascent soul did not rush out for long. Another crimson light flashed past and pierced through his nascent soul. Crimson energy filled the air, and Emperor Feng's nascent soul immediately collapsed and dissipated. Everything happened too quickly. From the collapse of Emperor Feng's physical body to the destruction of his nascent soul, it all happened in an instant. Emperor Feng, a first heaven emperor, had fallen just like that. Emperor Feng is dead. Before Emperor Jin, Emperor Lan, and Emperor Qing could regain their senses, they saw Emperor Feng's nascent soul completely dissipate in front of their eyes. A martial emperor had fallen just like that in front of them. Whoosh! After killing Emperor Feng's nascent soul, the slaughtering abstinence violation saber turned into a crimson light and returned to the crimson vortex. At this moment, Zhuowen had already walked out of the crimson vortex. The crimson vortex began to churn and eventually formed a human figure. It was a monk dressed in crimson robes. His eyes were as deep as the sea and carried a trace of indifference towards the world. The Buddha is the heart, and the heart is the Buddha. The heart and the Buddha are objects. If one knows that there are no objects and no heart, then one is a true Dharmakaya Buddha. The monk in crimson robes spat out a faint Buddhist proverb. Soon after, the corners of the monk's lips slowly curled into a demonic smile. He gently reached out with his right hand and grabbed the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. All things in the world are massacres. If there is no end to all things, there will be no end to massacres. If you want to stop massacres, the only way is to kill all things. To become a Buddha, one must kill. As soon as he spoke, the monk in crimson robes glanced indifferently at Zhuowen behind him. He then turned his gaze towards Emperor Jin and the other two in front of him. The murderous aura on his body grew denser and denser. The divine consciousness of an emperor weapon. This kid actually has the divine consciousness of an emperor weapon on him. Damn it! The expressions of Emperor Jin and the other two changed when they saw the monk in crimson robes formed from the murderous aura. They knew that Zhuowen's crimson abstinence violation saber was a high-level emperor weapon. In other words, the monk in crimson robes should have been a high-level emperor when he was alive, although it was only a trace of divine consciousness. It was extremely terrifying when paired with a high-level emperor weapon. Initially, Emperor Jin and the others thought that Zhuowen had obtained the crimson abstinence violation saber by chance. They thought that it was impossible for it to possess the divine consciousness of its previous owner. However, they were wrong. Very wrong. An emperor has fallen. Isn't this a little too crazy? After Emperor Feng was killed by the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, the 9 stars that represented Emperor Feng fell from the sky and crashed heavily into the wilderness hundreds of miles away from West Path City. And the fall of a star naturally represented the fall of an Emperor Realm expert. Many of the martial artists in West Slope City were still aware of this. Therefore, when the Wind Emperor fell, West Slope City began to fall into chaos. Kill. The divine consciousness of the monk in crimson robes was released by Xiao He. Therefore, he naturally obeyed Xiao He's orders. He took a step forward and charged towards Emperor Jin and the other two, intending to fight the 3 of them alone. What should we do, Emperor Jin? This divine consciousness is not easy to deal with. Emperor Qing and Emperor Lan stood behind Emperor Jin and said in a low voice, "Fight! We must kill that little bastard Zhuowen today. Although this monk was a high-level emperor when he was alive, he is only a trace of divine consciousness now. The 3 of us have nothing to fear at all. Let's kill him together." Emperor Jin snorted coldly. Emperor Lan nodded. He had the same intention. He did not want to let Zhuowen go either. Emperor Qing's eyes flickered. Emperor Qing was much calmer than Emperor Jin and Emperor Lan. He felt that the monk in crimson robes was not ordinary and was already on his guard. Kill! Supreme Jin roared angrily and took the lead to charge forward. Supreme Lan followed closely behind him, while Supreme Qing quietly retreated and did not charge forward. Killing is the only way to prove one's Tao. All of you will be my stepping stones. The blood-robed monk mumbled to himself. Soon after, he slashed out with his exterminating oath-breaking blade. 1,000-foot-long blade light stretched across the void like a heavenly pillar that pierced through the heavens and earth as it shot towards Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan. Emperor Jin and Emperor Lan's expressions changed drastically. They quickly used their strongest moves in an attempt to block the 1,000-foot-long blade light. Boom, boom, boom. The 18 stars around them turned into a Milky Way realm, protecting them firmly in the center. For a moment, they managed to block the terrifying blood-red blade light. Killing is breaking the Buddhist precepts. Breaking the Buddhist precepts is enlightenment, destruction of life. The monk in crimson robes mumbled again. He gently raised the blade in his hand. Instantly, bloody scenes appeared in the void. These bloody scenes were scenes of slaughter. Some of them were beasts, some of them were people, some of them were soul beasts. The various forms of slaughter in the world were fully interpreted by this blade. The murderous oath-breaking blade was to kill all living things and destroy all obstacles. Bang, bang, bang. Supreme Jin and Supreme Emperor Lan's celestial river domain crumbled the moment the annihilation technique was unleashed. The two Emperor realm powerhouses did not even have the chance to grunt before they exploded into two clouds of blood mist. Let's go. Chapter 1064. Seclusion so powerful. Zhuowen's jaw dropped as he watched Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan explode into a mist of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan were both level 3 martial emperors. 2 martial emperors had fallen just like that. This is a high-level martial emperor's move. Furthermore, it was executed with the help of the monk's divine sense. Naturally, its power is extraordinary. Supreme Jin and Supreme Lan are only low-level martial emperors. It's normal for them to not be a match for him. Xiao He stood on Zhuowen's shoulder, a look of pity in her eyes as she said, "Divine sense can only be used once. After this, the divine sense will disappear." What a pity! Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He was right. The divine sense of an emperor could only be released once. After that, it would dissipate. It was similar to the divine sense of the first-generation sect leader of the Xiaoyao sword sect. When the time came, it would dissipate. That Azure Emperor is really fast at escaping. He didn't even try to catch up. He just escaped. Zhuowen muttered to himself with some pity. What's a pity? With your talent, you'll be able to catch up to Supreme Emperor Qing after staying in the Divine Academy for a while. When that time comes, you can return to the Qingxian Empire and kill Supreme Emperor Qing with your own hands. Xiao He said, "I was lucky this time. If not for the monk's divine sense, I wouldn't have been able to escape so easily." Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He had miscalculated this time. Xiao He nodded. "You're still too weak. You should go into seclusion when you return. You have many good things with you. You should be able to exchange them for enough contribution points. When the time comes, you'll cultivate in the cultivation pagoda for a while. Your strength should slowly increase. Even if something like this happens again, you won't be in such a sorry state like today." Hearing this, the corners of Zhuowen's mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Xiao He was right. His current strength was indeed too weak. He had to make the best use of his time to improve his cultivation. Moreover, he had obtained many good things this time. After all, Zhuowen had obtained Supreme Jin, Supreme Lan, and Supreme Feng's spiritual rings. When the time comes, he could exchange them for enough contribution points for him to cultivate in the cultivation pagoda. However, although there were many good things in the 3 martial emperors' spiritual rings, there were no martial emperor weapons. It seemed like not every martial emperor realm martial artist could have martial emperor weapons. Let's go. When I return this time, I will immediately go into seclusion. If my cultivation does not reach the Empyrean realm, I will not come out. Zhuo muttered in a low voice as a sharp glint appeared in his eyes. Zhuo knew very well that if his cultivation could reach the heavenly venerate realm, his battle prowess would definitely be terrifying. At the very least, it would far surpass some of the ordinary heavenly venerates in the outer court. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Zhuo took a step forward and turned into a stream of light as he left West Path City. Many martial artists in West Path City were still in shock. 4 martial emperors had joined forces to attack a mysterious martial artist. In the end, 3 of them had died, and 1 had escaped. This result was enough to make any martial artists in West Path City dumbfounded. Who is this person? After the shock, a trace of doubt rose in the minds of all the martial artists in West Path City. Who was this mysterious young man? Some sharp-eyed martial artists recognized that Zhuo was the young man who had killed the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect. Although many martial artists in West Path City had witnessed the battle between the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect and Zhuo with their own eyes, no one knew the name Zhuo. This young man had appeared in West Path City inexplicably. After that, he had caused a commotion and left without leaving a trace. Later on, the original legends about the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect in West Path City were replaced by this mysterious young man. Many martial artists in West Path City no longer talked about the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect in their free time, but the mysterious young man who had killed the sect master of the Xiaoyao sect and caused the deaths of 3 martial emperors. The rumors about the mysterious young man eventually spread in West Path City. In the end, everyone spread false rumors and deified the mysterious young man. Of course, this was all in the future. Whoosh! There was the sound of something breaking through the air. Zhuo had returned to the outer courtyard of the main city. Mo Lingtian, Jianan, and the other 2 were waiting at the entrance of the academy. When they saw Zhuo had returned, the 4 of them relaxed. When Zhuo had asked them to leave first, they felt that something was wrong. There might be some hidden danger in West Path City. Therefore, the 4 of them were worried about Zhuo's safety. However, now that Zhuo had returned safely, the 4 of them were completely relieved. Brother Zhuo, did you encounter any trouble on your way back? Mo Lingtian greeted him with a smile. No trouble at all. Zhuo smiled. He did not plan to tell anyone about what had happened with Supreme Jean and the other 3, although he had a good relationship with Mo Lingtian. And the other 3, things would become very troublesome if they found out that the blood-red Buddhist commandment blade in Zhuo's possession was capable of killing Emperor-level experts. If news of this were to spread, no one knew who would covet his blood-red Buddhist commandment blade. Therefore, Zhuo chose to avoid talking about it. After all, the massacre commandment blade was a high-tier emperor weapon. If news of it were to spread, it would only be disadvantageous to him. Mo Lingtian and the other 3 nodded. They did not doubt Zhuo's words. Brother Zhuo, I want to increase my strength. I want to become a true expert. Jianan suddenly arrived in front of Zhuo and said with a serious look in her eyes, Jianan, you mean? Zhuo was stunned and asked, My sister and I are preparing to go into closed-door cultivation. We will only come out of closed-door cultivation when our cultivation levels have reached the refined state. Therefore, we may not appear for a very long time. Jianan suddenly said. Gatha also came to his side with a determined look in her eyes. After the incident at the Carefree sect, Jianan and Gatha deeply felt that they were not powerful enough. This time, they were determined to go into closed-door cultivation. Zhuowen nodded. Jia, Nan, and Gatha were very talented. In fact, in a sense, they were even more powerful than Zhuowen. After all, they were still very young. If they were given time to settle down, their cultivation levels would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. All right, when you come out of closed-door cultivation, remember to contact me through the Communication Jade Talisman. That way, I will know that you're done with your closed-door cultivation. Zhuowen nodded and smiled. Of course. Jia nodded heavily. Oh, these are the channel opening pills that I obtained from this mission. They are quite beneficial to the tempering of one's meridians. There are 4 of them here. The 4 of you can take them. Zhuowen suddenly thought of something. With a flick of his right hand, he took out a brocade box and took out 4 jade-colored pills. He handed them to Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan, and the other 2 channel opening pills. Jia Nan, Mo Lingtian, and the other 2's eyes lit up. They looked at the jade-colored pills in their palms excitedly as they mumbled to themselves. Big brother Shua, many thanks. We won't waste time on pleasantries. We will remember your feelings for us in our hearts. We also plan to go into closed-door cultivation this time. We will take our leave now. Jia Nan nodded heavily at Zhuowen. Soon after, he led Gatha and Xian Xing towards the academy. Brother Mo, what about you? Zhuowen turned his head and looked at Mo Lingtian with a smile. I plan to do some missions and earn some contribution points. After that, I will enter the cultivation tower to cultivate for a period of time. I am too weak. Compared to you, I am nothing. Mo Lingtian said with a bitter smile. Originally, his cultivation was much higher than Zhuowen's. However, he was now at the initial stage of the Golden Exalted stage, while Zhuowen was also at the initial stage of the Golden Exalted stage. The latter had surpassed him in cultivation in such a short period of time. This made him feel even more pressured. In addition to Zhuowen's terrifying battle strength, Mo Lingtian could only smile bitterly in his heart. However, at the same time, it also inspired him to become stronger. After all, the pressure that Zhuowen gave him could also be used as motivation. Zhuowen nodded. After the incident at the Unfettered Sect, Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan, and the others realized that they were not strong enough. Zhuowen was also the same, especially after being surrounded by Supreme Jin, and the other 3, Zhuowen could not wait to increase his strength. Let's work hard together. I also plan to go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time. I hope that I can use this time to break through to the heavenly exalted stage. Zhuowen said with a faint smile. The 2 of them chatted for a while more before they went their separate ways. After all, everyone had their own cultivation methods, and it was impossible to unify them. Therefore, they naturally cultivated separately. After returning to the academy, Zhuowen went to the 2nd level of the mission point. This time, he did not go there to accept missions. Instead, he wanted to exchange them for contribution points. Currently, he had the spiritual rings of Supreme Jin, Supreme Lan, and Supreme Foam. There were many precious spiritual treasures, armor skills, and other miscellaneous items in them. If he exchanged these items for contribution points, it would be a considerable amount of wealth. It would be enough for Zhuowen to cultivate in the cultivation pagoda for a long time. When Zhuowen brought the spiritual rings of the 3 Supreme Emperors to Bei Xian to exchange them for contribution points, Bei Xian was completely shocked. This was because all the items that Zhuowen brought were worth more than 1 million contribution points. Shua Xiaoyu, you've struck it rich. You actually managed to get so many good items. Could it be that you've robbed an Emperor Realm expert? Bei Xian looked at Zhuowen strangely. After all, the items that Zhuowen brought out were beyond his expectations. This was not something that a mere golden exalted could take out. That was why Bei Xian said that. Zhuowen rubbed his nose and laughed awkwardly. "Senior Bei Xian, you're overthinking it. With my strength, how could I rob an Supreme Emperor? These items were obtained by chance. It's not worth mentioning." Hearing this, Bei Xian pulled out his face. These items were worth more than 1,000,000 contribution points. However, Zhuowen said that they were not worth mentioning. He wanted to give Zhuowen a slap. However, Zhuowen's words were obviously perfunctory. Bei Xian knew that Zhuowen did not want to talk about the origins of these items. Therefore, Bei Xian was smart enough not to ask. After all, everyone had their own secrets. This was a personal matter, and it was not good to ask about it. After obtaining more than 1,000,000 contribution points, Zhuowen exchanged them for some arcane secret manuals and materials. Then he left the second level under Bei Xian's strange gaze. Chapter 1065. General trend of massacre the flow of people in the cultivation tower was still quite terrifying. Zhuowen arrived in front of the counter of the Cheongsam lady from before. The latter also recognized Zhuowen, and a trace of caution appeared in her beautiful eyes. At the same time, she was constantly sneaking glances at Zhuowen. During this period of time, Zhuowen's deeds could be considered to have truly spread in the outer court. As a new student, he snatched the contribution points of the older students. Later on, he even fought with the famous genius of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Xiang, and defeated the latter. It could be said to have caused a sensation for a period of time. It was even rumored that Zhuowen was hailed as the strongest new student in the history of the outer court. It was very likely that he would squeeze into the outer court heavenly sovereign ranking in a short period of time. With so many halos surrounding Zhuowen, the Cheongsam lady was naturally incomparably cautious. Her heart even surged with a trace of peculiarity in her beautiful eyes. After all, the future of this young man in front of her was definitely limitless. If she could rely on such a monstrous genius, there would be many benefits for her. "Junior, we meet again." The Cheongsam lady's voice was somewhat nervous. Her tender fists were clenched tightly as her pair of beautiful eyes stared intently at Zhuowen. "Yes, this time I will have to trouble Senior again. Please help me open a private room on the 10th floor of the cultivation tower for half a year. I need to cultivate there for a period of time." The corner of Zhuowen's mouth slightly raised as he said with a faint smile. Looking at Zhuowen's casual expression, a trace of sadness flashed across the Cheongsam lady's beautiful eyes. However, she seemed to have thought of something and said with some shock, "Junior, you intend to open a private room on the 10th floor for half a year? That would require 216,000 contribution points." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Yes, I do intend to stay on the 10th floor for half a year." Looking at the expression on Zhuowen's face, the Cheongsam lady knew that the former was serious. Her jade-like hand lightly tapped on the counter, and a screen popped out. After opening a private room on the 10th floor for half a year, she took out a jade key and handed it to Zhuowen. After receiving the jade key, Zhuowen paid the corresponding contribution points. After bidding farewell to the Cheongsam lady, he walked towards the 10th floor of the cultivation tower. Looking at the back of the figure disappearing on the stairs, the Cheongsam lady's beautiful eyes were somewhat gloomy. A trace of a bitter smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. She was very clear about the gap between her and Zhuowen. She was afraid that she did not even have the qualifications to rely on the latter. Junior Zhuowen is getting stronger and stronger. It's only been a little over a month, and he's already able to earn so many contribution points. The Cheongsam woman muttered in a low voice, her beautiful eyes filled with envy. Arriving at the living room of the 10th floor, Zhuowen saw many figures sitting in the living room. Obviously, they were also cultivators who had come to freeload on the ice and fire energy. Zhuowen even saw many familiar faces. These familiar faces were the cultivators who had been sitting here when he first entered the 10th floor. "It's Zhuowen!" Low cries rang out. Many people who were close to Zhuowen quietly distanced themselves from him. A month ago, the fate of the three Ling brothers and Lu Xiang was unforgettable. This Zhuowen was simply a fiend. Whoever provoked him would be unlucky. Feeling the fear in the eyes of the other cultivators in the room, the corner of Zhuowen's mouth slightly curled. He did not pay too much attention to them. He took out a jade key and walked towards the corresponding private room's stone door. He opened the stone door and walked in. Half a year. Zhuowen needed to use this half a year to make a big breakthrough in his strength. It would be best if he could raise it to the heavenly sovereign realm. The energy in the cultivation tower is rich. Cultivating here is at least 10 times faster than the outside world. Zhuowen slowly walked to the praying mat in the middle of the private room and sat down. He took a deep breath and inhaled the rich energy in the surroundings into his chest. A trace of pleasure flashed across his eyes. "Kid, what are your plans for the next half a year?" Inside the cultivation room, Xiao He appeared in front of Zhuowen without any scruples. She crossed her paws and asked in an indifferent tone, "I'll raise my strength first. Also, the techniques I have are too heterogeneous. I plan to integrate some of them." Zhuowen said with a smile, "You're right. Your techniques are indeed too heterogeneous. Although they're quite powerful, you're unable to unleash their full potential. If you can integrate all these techniques, you'll definitely be able to unleash an extremely powerful force." Xiao He nodded. "Let the little fellow out first. This cultivation room contains ice and fire energy. The ice energy within will be of great help to the little fellow's strength." Zhuowen waved his right hand, and the profound soul ice butterfly immediately appeared in front of him. Soon after, it intimately rubbed itself against Zhuowen's chest, its eyes filled with dependence. Zhuowen patted the little fellow's head and instructed it. The little fellow reluctantly flew to the side of the cultivation room, where the ice energy was rich. It began to absorb the rich ice energy in the cultivation room and began to cultivate by itself. A trace of satisfaction appeared in Zhuowen's eyes as he watched the profound soul ice butterfly quietly absorbing the ice energy. The profound soul ice butterfly's cultivation was currently at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. It should be able to make a breakthrough soon. If the profound soul ice butterfly's cultivation could reach the golden sovereign level, it would be of great help to the current Zhuowen. However, all of this required the profound soul ice butterfly's cultivation to make a breakthrough. After withdrawing his gaze, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade from his spirit ring. His eyes flickered as he said, "This slaughtering, oath-breaking blade contains an extremely powerful slaughtering chi. It faintly matches the aura of my Azura blood spear. Perhaps I can combine the two together." The Tao of slaughter is different and leads to the same destination. If you can combine the two together, relying on the might of a high-grade emperor weapon like the slaughtering, oath-breaking blade, you'll be able to control the power of the world. It will definitely be much more powerful than your Azura blood spear. However, you're an expert with a spear. If you switch to using a blade now, you might not be able to get used to it at first. Xiao He nodded in agreement. All the weapons in the world lead to the same destination. As long as I can control the power of the world, I'll be able to switch between spear and blade aura at will. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he said. In fact, Zhuowen had long realized that his methods were too heterogeneous. If he could combine them, he would definitely have the power to transform. However, he didn't have much time before. Now that he had calmed down, Zhuowen could study these things properly. "You brat, you're quite creative." Xiaohei opened her mouth, but found that she had no words to refute Zhuowen's words. She could only say this in embarrassment. "Let's try it first. After all, this is just my idea. Whether it will work or not, we'll only know after we put it into practice." Zhuowen shook his head and sat cross-legged on the praying mat. As he guided the surrounding ice and fire energy into his body to refine his meridians, he silently comprehended the slaughter origin within the slaughter abstinence violation blade. At the same time, Zhuowen also began to silently circulate the Azura blood spear aura within his body in an attempt to combine the two. Time was like a wild horse that had escaped its reins. A month passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Zhuowen was sitting cross-legged on the praying mat. Blood surged out from his body, making him look extremely terrifying and ferocious. Whoosh! Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a blood-red thread faintly appeared in his eyes. This blood-red thread ran from the corner of his eyes to the end of his eyes, like a bloody slit. It looked extremely strange. "Slaughter! Aura!" With a soft chant, Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward. Waves of blood-red aura surged out and filled the entire cultivation room. For a moment, it was as if a monstrous sea of blood had filled the entire cultivation room. Xiaohei looked at Zhuowen's bloodshot eyes with interest and chuckled. "Is this another kind of aura of the heavens and earth that you've comprehended by combining the Azura blood spear aura and the slaughter origin?" Whoosh! Zhuowen nodded slightly. Immediately, the terrifying slaughter aura around him vanished. Zhuowen also recovered his calmness and said, "Yes. However, the slaughter aura that I've comprehended is still not perfect. I still need to practice it properly. Moreover, this slaughter aura is very compatible with the demonic slaughter Tao. When I use this slaughter aura in my demonic state, its power will increase by many times. The demonic slaughter Tao is different, but it leads to the same destination. You have many techniques that are related to slaughter. You can combine them and fuse them into a more powerful technique. The power of your slaughter aura is not bad. It's much stronger than the Azura blood spear aura." Xiaohei nodded and praised. "After you've completely comprehended the slaughter origin, you can study Buddhism and raise the power of Buddhism to the extreme. At that time, you'll be able to comprehend the power of the demonic Buddha. I'm afraid that at that time, your strength will increase by hundreds or thousands." Hearing this, Zhuowen chuckled and joked. "Xiaohei, when will your dragon soul materialization be able to display its powerful effects?" Xiaohei was startled and immediately said, "Don't worry. This Dragon Lord's strength will not disappoint you. After you've truly advanced to the Emperor realm, the complete dragon soul materialization will have powerful dragon skills. At that time, you'll know the true strength of a dragon soul." Dragon skills? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. He was rather looking forward to the so-called dragon skills. After all, Xiaohei's body was not simple. If he could display the power of the dragon skills, it would be terrifying. You can continue to cultivate. There are still 5 months left in the cultivation room. There's still some knowledge about origin arrays. If you want to enter the arcane tower, you must master the necessary arcane knowledge. Otherwise, it's useless even if you have powerful mental strength. Xiaohei instructed and did not speak anymore. Instead, he silently landed on the soul ice butterfly in the corner and sat on it, absorbing the ice and fire energy in the cultivation room. After all, the cultivation room was sealed with the more powerful ice-fire holy symbol's origin. There was always a trace of the holy symbol's origin aura in the ice and fire energy. This kind of origin aura was of great help to Xiao He. Chapter 1066. Someone from the inner yard cultivation knew no time, and half a year passed very quickly. Within the cultivation room, besides occasionally cultivating his origin energy, Zhuowen spent the rest of his time comprehending the slaughter force and studying arcane origin formations. After more than half a year, Zhuowen's slaughter momentum had become more and more perfect, and its power was also extraordinary. Just by releasing the slaughter momentum, its power was no weaker than Zhuowen's strength when he was in the first layer of bedevilment. Moreover, if Zhuowen used the massacre momentum in the bedevilment state, its power would increase by several times. This was because the massacre momentum was compatible with the massacre demon path. When the two were combined, its power would naturally become more and more terrifying. As for the origin array, Zhuowen had completely surpassed Little White's level. Although Zhuowen had studied the basics of origin array in Rattan Armor City, he could only refine a third-grade origin array at most. If other arcanists knew that Zhuowen could only refine a third-grade origin array with his mind power at the perfect fifth-grade origin array, they would definitely mock him. In the past half a year, Zhuowen's understanding of the fourth-grade origin array had deepened a lot. After all, his mind power had reached the perfect fifth-grade origin array. Many things were easy to understand, but it was still difficult to refine a fifth-grade origin array now. However, Zhuowen believed that if he was given another 2 months with his powerful mind power, he should be able to perfectly comprehend the refining method of the fifth-grade origin array. Half a year has passed so quickly. It's a pity that I haven't broken through to the heavenly venerate level. I've only reached the peak of the golden venerate level, Zhuowen muttered to himself as he slowly got up. He originally thought that after cultivating in the cultivation tower for half a year, he should be able to smoothly break through to the celestial master realm. However, it seemed that he was still a little short. Whoosh! At this moment, the dark soul ice butterfly opened its eyes and landed obediently beside Zhuowen. It circled around Zhuowen intimately, like a lively child. Xiao He, who was lying lazily on the dark soul ice butterfly, laughed and said, "You have gained a lot in the past half a year. The massacre momentum has been completely integrated into your bones. Your strength is probably much more terrifying than before. If you meet Lu Xiang again, you should be able to defeat her in one move." The corner of Zhuowen's mouth curled up slightly. He said, "There are still many things that can be developed in the force of massacre, such as the demonic Tao of massacre, the power of the blood demon, and so on. They can all be fused into the force of massacre and become even more terrifying. Yes, there's a lot of room for improvement in your slaughter momentum. If you study it properly, its power will definitely increase slowly. However, it's already strong enough. With your cultivation at the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm, your combat strength is comparable to a peak Celestial Master. If you use the Massacre Oath-Breaking Blade, your strength will increase by a lot. Although you may not be a match for the Celestial Master monster in the outer court, the difference won't be too great." Xiao He said logically, "The Massacre Oath-Breaking Blade is a high-grade Emperor weapon. It is better not to use it casually. It will easily attract the attention of others. It is more suitable to use royal-level spiritual treasures in the future." Zhuowen muttered to himself, "You are right. You have a lot of contribution points. When the time comes, you can use your task points to exchange for a spiritual treasure. When the time comes, even if you don't use the Massacre Oath-Breaking Blade, the power of the Massacre Oath-Breaking Blade technique won't be too weak." Xiao He agreed. "Let's leave the cultivation tower first. At the same time, I plan to participate in the Arcana test and enter the Arcana tower. I must meet the owner of the Arcana Tower, Mu Feng. With that, Zhuowen pushed open the stone door and walked out of the private room. Why is there no one in the living room? After walking out of the private room, Zhuowen was surprised to find that the living room on the 10th floor, which was usually packed with people, was now deserted. This strange phenomenon immediately attracted Zhuowen's attention. Although he was puzzled in his heart, he did not pay too much attention to it and directly walked down from the 10th floor of the cultivation tower. At this moment, there were very few people in the living room on the first floor of the cultivation tower. Other than the staff at the counter, there were only a few people. After walking to the counter where the Cheongsam lady was, Zhuowen returned the jade key to the private room to her and casually asked, "Senior sister, why are there so few people in the cultivation tower today? It is not like this normally." After the Cheongsam lady kept the jade key, she looked at Zhuowen with some astonishment. Soon after, she remembered that Zhuowen had just come out of the cultivation room. Her eyes revealed a look of relief as she softly said, "Junior brother, you may not know, but it seems that someone from the inner court came today." "Oh, someone from the inner court came?" Zhuowen's pupils shrunk slightly as a ripple rose in his heart. He continued to ask, "Senior sister, do you know why someone from the inner court came?" The Cheongsam lady shook her head and said, "I am not sure about this. After all, this news has just spread in the academy. Many students in the academy have gathered there one after another in order to catch a glimpse of the person from the inner court. As for what exactly is going on, there is currently no news. However, people from the inner court rarely come to the outer court. Since they have come, there must be something important. Unfortunately, I have work to do, and it is not convenient for me to go out now. Junior brother, if you have the opportunity, you can go out and ask around." Zhuowen nodded his head. He was somewhat curious in his heart. He did not know why someone from the inner court suddenly came to the outer court. Let's first go to the task points to exchange for a blade-type soul treasure. With a trace of curiosity in his heart, Zhuowen ultimately decided to go to the task points to exchange for a blade-type soul treasure. After passing through a few corridors and passageways, Zhuowen quickly arrived at the task point. At the same time, the usually bustling task point was also deserted at this moment. There were only a few people there. It seemed that the attraction of someone from the inner court was extremely great to the outer court students. There was not a single person at the second level of the task point. At the counter, Bei Xian was leaning against the armchair with his eyes slightly squinted. He seemed to be enjoying himself. "Senior Bei Xian," Zhuowen called out softly. Bei Xian, who was lying on the armchair, opened his sleepy eyes. When he saw that it was Zhuowen, a warm smile immediately appeared on his face. "Don't you know what day it is today? Why did you come to the task point to look for me instead of going out?" Bei Xian stood up and walked to the counter. He looked at Zhuowen in surprise. "Senior Bei Xian, are you talking about someone from the inner court?" Zhuowen asked. "So, aren't you curious about the people from the inner court?" Bei Xian joked. Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Aren't the people from the inner court also cultivators? They are just cultivators who are stronger than us. What's so interesting about them? However, I'm curious about why someone from the inner court suddenly came. I don't know what his motive is. It shouldn't be just for a stroll in the outer court, right?" Bei Xian shook his head and said, "Of course not." At this point, Bei Xian's voice suddenly became low. He stretched his head out and whispered to Zhuowen, "It is said that the strongest branch in the inner court, Sky Capital Peak, wants to recruit a registered disciple. To an outer court disciple, this is a matter of reaching the heavens in a single bound." Sky Capital Peak, registered disciple. Zhuowen was stunned. His eyes were filled with doubt. It seems like you don't know anything? Bei Xian was a little depressed when he saw Zhuowen's reaction. To tell you the truth, there are a total of 9 peaks in the inner court. The owner of each peak is a sage-to-be. The strongest peak among the 9 peaks is Sky Capital Peak. No matter if it's the power or the strength of the peak owner, they are superior to the other 8 peak owners. It has the most influence in the inner court. At this point, Bei Xian stopped talking and stared at Zhuowen. It was as if he wanted to see a different expression on Zhuowen's face. Zhuowen was stunned. His eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect the inner court to have 9 peaks. Moreover, the owner of each peak was a sage-to-be. A sage-to-be was a powerful existence who was half a step into the saint realm. Their strength was far more terrifying than a 9th heaven emperor. A sage-to-be was enough to crush the combined attack of dozens of 9th heaven emperor. This showed how terrifying a sage-to-be was. Is there a saint in the inner court? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Bei Xian nodded and said, the real owner of the inner court is the dean of the inner court. He is a sage-to-be. However, that old man is very elusive. In the inner court, other than the peak owners of the 9 peaks, no one else has seen the dean of the inner court. There really is a saint. Zhuowen muttered softly. His eyes were filled with boundless radiance. Are you interested in the person who came from the inner court now? Bei Xian suddenly laughed. Zhuowen spread his hands and said casually, I am indeed interested. This time, Sky Capital Peak is recruiting registered disciples. Will they bring the registered disciples back to the inner court? Since he has become a registered disciple of Sky Capital Peak, he is naturally qualified to enter the inner court with the people from Sky Capital Peak. However, a registered disciple is the lowest existence. If he wants to become an official disciple of the inner court, his cultivation must at least reach the 1st heaven emperor realm. Bei Xian laughed. He can enter the inner court. Zhuowen's eyes lit up and he was slightly excited. This was a rare opportunity to enter the inner court. Zhuowen did not want to let it go. However, it is not so easy to be selected as a registered disciple. If you are not strong enough, you will not be selected. Bei Xian laughed again. I know. In this world, every opportunity requires sufficient strength to fight for it. Zhuowen clenched his fists and said seriously, it is good that you have such awareness. With your talent, it is inevitable that you will enter the inner court. However, you can also try to become a registered disciple. Even if you do not pass, it is fine. After all, you are still young. You will have another chance in the future. Bei Xian laughed. Soon after, he shook his sleeve, and a jade slip flew into Zhuowen's palm. Zhuowen revealed a trace of doubt as he looked at the jade strip in his palm. However, Bei Xian's subsequent message made him feel relieved. Chapter 1067. 7 kills Blade looking at the jade strip in his hand. Zhuowen clenched his right fist. His eyes were filled with gratitude as he cupped his hands at Bei Xian and said, Thank you, Senior Bei Xian. You're welcome. You've been helping me with my business every time, and the price is getting higher each time. Speaking of which, I've received quite a lot of benefits from you. This information is just a small matter to me. Bei Xian waved his hand and continued, You must be here to exchange for something, right? Tell me about it, and I'll help you choose. After keeping the jade strip, Zhuowen nodded and said, Senior Bei Xian, I need a blade-type spiritual treasure. It's best if it's one with a strong evil aura. Zhuowen's massacre oath-breaking blade technique and massacre momentum both contained evil aura. Hence, if he wanted to unleash its power, he naturally had to choose a blade-type spiritual treasure with a strong evil aura. A blade-type spiritual treasure with a strong evil aura? Let me take a look. Bei Xian nodded and tapped on the counter with his right hand. Instantly, a light screen popped up. His right hand tapped on the light screen repeatedly as he searched for a spiritual treasure that matched Zhuowen's requirements. "I've got it!" Bei Xian's eyes lit up. With a pull of his right hand, a square light screen appeared in front of Zhuowen. On the light screen was a pitch-black long blade. The surface of the long blade was engraved with profound and complicated runes, and a mysterious aura was emitted from the blade. This blade is called 7 Kills. It's a superior Emperor spiritual treasure. It has a terrifying killing power and has killed many people in the past. It's a weapon with a strong evil aura. However, the 7 Kills has a strong evil aura. If you're not careful, you'll be devoured by it. Do you really want to exchange for this 7 Kills? Bei Xian asked with a frown. Zhuowen nodded and said, "I'll take it. If that's the case, then take it. However, this 7 Kills is a relatively powerful Emperor spiritual treasure. Hence, the price will be a lot more expensive. Around 200,000 contribution points." Bei Xian waved his sleeve, and a long black blade appeared in his hand. He then tossed it to Zhuowen. After receiving 7 Kills, Zhuowen immediately felt a terrifying evil aura surge out from the hilt of 7 Kills and enter Zhuowen's body. "You dare to be arrogant with just this little bit of hostility?" Zhuowen shouted coldly. Suddenly, a terrifying slaughter qi gushed out from his body. It was as if countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood appeared behind Zhuowen's back. It was as if the Azura hell had appeared. That terrifying slaughter qi immediately forced the 7 Kill blade out of Zhuowen's body. Wong! The 7 Kills blade wailed as its body trembled. It no longer dared to release the slightest bit of hostility. It was as if it was afraid of the slaughter qi that was gushing out from Zhuowen's body. Bei Xian looked at Zhuowen in astonishment. When Zhuowen released the slaughter qi, a trace of bloodlust rose in his heart. Furthermore, it was out of his expectations that Zhuowen could subdue the 7 Kills blade so easily. Zhuo Xiaoyu is indeed not simple. The slaughter qi on your body is faintly contained within the heavens and earth. I'm afraid it's a powerful slaughter qi. No wonder you need a spiritual treasure that is filled with hostility. Bei Xian nodded and thought to himself. There was no need to talk about Zhuowen's talent. Bei Xian had always seen it. In his heart, he was certain that Zhuowen would be extraordinary in the future. The only thing he lacked now was time. "Senior Bei Xian, I'll take my leave first." Zhuowen chatted with Bei Xian for a while. After gaining a deeper understanding of the people from the Inner Academy, he bid farewell to Bei Xian and left the mission location. After walking out of the mission location, Zhuowen began to ponder about the people from the Inner Academy as he walked along the quiet and winding path. The Inner Academy's Sky Capital Peak would definitely not recruit many registered disciples. On the other hand, there were many geniuses in the Outer Academy. Furthermore, Zhuowen had only joined the Outer Academy for a short period of time. He would definitely be at a disadvantage in this competition. After pondering for a moment, Zhuowen took out the jade strip that Bei Xian had given him. The jade strip recorded all the information about the 32 people on the Outer Academy's Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard. Zhuowen planned to study it carefully. After all, he was currently at a disadvantage. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy would you be able to win 100 battles. Zhuowen's mind was like a needle as it entered the jade scroll. Zhuowen quietly looked at the contents within. After around 10 breaths of time, Zhuowen's mind separated from the jade scroll. He had roughly browsed through the contents of the jade scroll, but his eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. That was because the geniuses on the Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard were not simple. Even the weakest of them was at the intermediate Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard. Furthermore, Those geniuses who were able to enter the Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard were all geniuses whose strength far exceeded their cultivation realm. Even if they were at the intermediate Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard, their battle strength was comparable to a late Heavenly Sovereign or even a peak Heavenly Sovereign. On the Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard, Zhuowen also saw the third Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Lu Qing was ranked 30th, and his strength was also at the intermediate Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard. He was very strong. Moreover, Zhuowen also saw many familiar faces on the leaderboard. Among them, there was Cheng Dong, who was ranked 27th, Hu Jia, who was ranked 28th, and Qi Ji, who was ranked 25th. These three people were in charge of the Outer Academy's new disciple recruitment. Zhuowen remembered them very clearly. Zhuowen's focus was on the top 5 Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard. The top 5 geniuses were basically at the peak Heavenly Sovereign leaderboard, and they all had their own powerful trump cards. The person ranked 5th was the second Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, Di Shi. He was the younger brother of the great Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, Di Ba. These two brothers single-handedly supported the Emperor Pavilion, which had a great reputation. Their reputations in the Outer Academy were also not weak. Ranked 4th was one of the 4 great powers of the Outer Academy, the Pavilion Master of the Clear Sound Pavilion, Qing Yin. Ranked 3rd was the Pavilion Master of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion, Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang? So she's the great Pavilion Master of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion. Looking at the records of Moyan Wushang in the Jade Slip, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. When he was facing Lu Xiang, Cheng Dong had appeared many times. Among them, the great Pavilion Master behind the Fragrant Ink Pavilion had added fuel to the fire. At that time, Zhuowen was already puzzled. He was not related to the Pavilion Master of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion, so why would he help him so much? It turned out that the Pavilion Master of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion was an old acquaintance of Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang. However, Zhuowen had been in the Outer Academy for so long, but Moyan Wushang had not come to see him even once. Zhuowen guessed that Moyan Wushang might not be able to face him. After all, during the battle with Emperor Qing, she was taken away by Mang Shi midway, leaving only Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, and Elder Xiwan to fend for themselves. Perhaps she was also afraid that Zhuowen would hold a grudge against her, which would make things awkward when they met. Of course, Zhuowen did not think that he was such a narrow-minded person. Moreover, Moyan Wushang did not leave voluntarily. He was forcefully taken away by Mang Shi. This matter could not be blamed on Moyan Wushang. Thinking of Moyan Wushang, Zhuowen shook his head and did not insist. He knew that when the time came, he would definitely meet Moyan Wushang again. He was not in a hurry. As for the second place on the Heavenly Sovereign list, it was the great Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, Di Ba. His cultivation was also at the peak of the Heavenly Sovereign realm. It was said that Di Ba had great means. He had once escaped from the pursuit of a first-level Emperor realm warrior. He was a very terrifying genius. As for the first place on the Heavenly Sovereign list, it was the Pavilion Master of the Haoyu Pavilion, Xieyu. He was in existence with half a foot in the Emperor realm. His combat strength already possessed the power of the Emperor realm. He had once killed a first-level Emperor realm warrior and fought a second-level Emperor realm warrior. This Xieyu is so terrifying. He actually killed a first-level Emperor realm warrior. When Zhuowen looked at the information of Xieyu, Zhuowen was really shocked. Although he had killed great emperors before, including Supreme Jin, who was a third-level great emperor, he had not done it with his own strength. He had relied on the exterminating oath-breaking blade and the blood-robed monk's divine, thought to achieve that level. Moreover, he could only use it once. With Zhuowen's current combat strength, at most, he could kill a peak Heavenly Sovereign expert. If he were to fight a first-level Emperor Realm expert, he was afraid that he would not be able to withstand it. The gap between him and Xiaoyu was not small. The outer court is indeed full of hidden talents. There are so many monstrous geniuses. Shuo Wen's eyes were filled with a grave expression as he kept the jade strip. The top 5 geniuses on the Heavenly Sovereign ranking all possessed fighting strength that could threaten him. Moreover, the top 10 geniuses on the Heavenly Sovereign ranking were difficult to deal with. Hence, the pride in Zhuo Wen's heart gradually dissipated. As he passed by a square, Zhuo Wen's attention was suddenly attracted by a clamor. He turned his head and saw that the center of the square was already filled with people. It was a sea of people, and it looked extremely terrifying. Although the crowd was terrifying, these people consciously made a path in the middle as if they were making way for others. The senior brothers and senior sisters of the inner court Sky Capital Peak are so strong. All of them are Emperor Realm cultivators. Some of them are not more than 30 years old. They are so young to reach the Emperor Realm. Their talents are terrifying. What kind of existence is the inner court? To become a disciple of the inner court, one must at least reach the first-level Emperor Realm. The disciples who come from the inner court are naturally powerful and talented. Zhuo Wen's ears twitched, and he heard the discussion of some students not far away. He knew that the reason for the commotion in the square was because of the so-called inner court disciples. Let's take a look. With a thought, Zhuo Wen lifted his feet and walked towards the center of the square. Soon, he came to an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, and his gaze gathered on the path in the middle of the crowd. There were 7 figures walking slowly in the path. The one in front was a gray-robed elder with a strong aura. His aura was vast, and it was not inferior to that of the outer court dean. Obviously, the gray-robed elder was also a middle-level Emperor Realm expert. The 6 people following behind the gray-robed elder were 4 men and 2 women. All 6 of them had their chins slightly raised, and their eyes were filled with pride. The 6 of them enjoyed the respectful and envious gazes that were directed at them from the surroundings. Compared to the inner court, the so-called geniuses of the outer court were not even worth mentioning in their eyes. The weakest among the 6 of them was a first-level Emperor Realm expert. This kind of cultivation was enough to crush all the geniuses of the outer court. Looks like the inner court is really amazing. It can cultivate such young Emperor Realm experts. No wonder so many outer court disciples want to enter the inner court. Chapter 1068. Arcane Tower. A group of 7 people slowly walked through the path that was separated by the crowd. At the end of the square, the upper echelons of the outer academy, led by the outer academy headmaster, were already standing there, preparing to welcome these 7 people. After the 7 people arrived in front of the outer academy headmaster, they exchanged some greetings. Then, they gradually disappeared at the end of the square under the envious gazes of many people. Clearly, the outer academy headmaster and these people from the inner academy intended to discuss some important matters. I have long heard that the inner academy would come to the outer academy to select some geniuses to join the inner academy as in-name disciples. Originally, I thought that this was just a rumor. It is unexpected that it is actually true. Since there is such a rumor, it is definitely not baseless. Although the inner academy only recruits in-name disciples with the lowest status in the inner academy, being able to enter the inner academy to train is something that many outer academy disciples yearn for. That's right. It is said that the inner academy has specialized high-rank D experts as lecturers. He can help you solve your cultivation problems and save us a lot of trouble. Therefore, almost 70% of the in-name disciples who enter the Inner Academy will successfully advance to depower and become official disciples of the Inner Academy. Discussions continuously sounded from the surroundings. Their voices were filled with envy and yearning. The disciples who joined the Outer Academy had heard of the famous Inner Academy and had yearned for it for a long time. Zhuowen, who was standing in the crowd, narrowed his eyes slightly. It seemed that Beixian was right. These 7 people from the Inner Academy might really be here to recruit in-name disciples. However, he did not know when these people from the Inner Academy would announce the recruitment of in-name disciples. After all, from the discussions of the surrounding people, he could tell that the recruitment of in-name disciples was not so simple. Enter the Inner Academy in advance? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of hope as he clenched his hands together. This was because there was another person waiting for him there. That beautiful figure, which he could not let go of for a long time, constantly lingered in his mind. Therefore, Zhuowen must obtain this opportunity. However, he also knew that he must obtain the 1,000-layered stone before entering the Inner Academy, after which he must use the 1,000-layered stone to merge the 9 types of earth flames into a heavenly flame. Only then would he be able to expel the cold qi in Mu Qinshue's body after meeting her. Next, I need to find an opportunity to enter the Arcana Tower. Once I'm able to meet Mu Feng, things will be much easier. Zhuowen raised his head slightly as he spoke. His deep eyes landed on the arcane tower nearby, which was covered in countless runes as a trace of determination flowed out of his eyes. Let's go to the Arcana Tower and ask about how to join the Arcana Tower. Zhuowen muttered to himself as he walked towards the Arcana Tower. He had been in the outer courtyard for 2 months, but he still hadn't entered the Arcana Tower. The structure of the Arcane Tower was similar to that of the Cultivation Tower. There was also a rather large plaza in front of the tower, but this plaza was much quieter than the one in front of the Cultivation Tower. Moreover, most of the people walking around the plaza were arcanists wearing long robes. Zhuowen's arrival caused quite a few arcanists to be surprised, but they didn't say anything. Even though this place was within the boundaries of the Arcana Tower was a part of the outer courtyard in the first place. On the surface, they didn't prohibit other students from entering. Zhuowen saw quite a few arcanists setting up stalls in the large plaza. The stalls were selling yuan crystals, low-level yuan arrays, as well as some materials needed to refine yuan arrays. There were even some secret spirit techniques. There was a dazzling array of items, and there was a great variety of them. Zhuowen casually swept his gaze over these stalls, clearly lacking in interest. This was because the yuan arrays on the stalls weren't very high level. Most of them were grade 3 yuan arrays, with the occasional grade 4 yuan array. As for grade 5 yuan arrays, there wasn't a single one. The greater Infinity Sword array in Zhuowen's possession was a grade 5 yuan array, so he was naturally not interested in any yuan arrays below grade 5. However, he also knew that grade 5 yuan arrays were usually life-saving treasures for arcanists. Even if they had one on them, they wouldn't put it on display for sale. However, Zhuowen did see quite a few decent yuan array materials at some of the stalls. Ice silver flower? Zhuowen let out a soft cry of surprise and immediately stopped in front of a stall. The owner of this stall was a young man around 23 years old. He wore a long yellow robe, and there were 3 vertical lines on the chest of his robe, indicating that he was a grade 3 arcanist. "Brother, are you interested in buying this ice silver flower?" The yellow-robed young man's eyes lit up when he saw Zhuowen stop in front of his stall, and he immediately smiled with some joy. However, what puzzled him was that Zhuowen was wearing the outer courtyard uniform and not in the attire of an arcanist. So, why had this person come to the plaza of the Arcana Tower? How much is this ice silver flower? Zhuowen nodded. In the past half a year, he had been studying yuan arrays. From his initial superficial understanding to now, he had become somewhat proficient. Originally, he could only refine grade 3 yuan arrays, but now he was completely familiar with grade 4 yuan arrays. He could even barely refine grade 5 yuan arrays. Last time, Zhuowen had tried to refine a grade 5 yuan array, the Ice Profound Array, and had failed many times. However, he had also learned a lot from his experience. Later on, he discovered that the yuan array lacked a plant like the ice silver flower, which was extremely cold and yin. However, he was still in the cultivation room at that time, so he didn't exchange for it with task points. When he came out, he had basically forgotten about this matter. Now that he had come to the plaza of the Arcana Tower and suddenly saw the ice silver flower, he remembered that he had failed to refine the Ice Profound Array, which was why he had such an intense reaction, and stopped. Seeing that Zhuowen had the intention to buy it, the yellow-robed young man's eyes flashed, and he said quite enthusiastically, "This ice silver flower grows on the peak of the Long Han Mountain in the extreme north of Excellent Spirit Island. It is a very rare medicinal herb." The yellow-robed youth was very enthusiastic in his speech. He was full of praises for the silver ice flower. It was as if this flower was something that only existed in the heavens and could only be found in the mortal world. However, Zhuowen silently watched the yellow-robed youth's boastful speech. Eventually, the yellow-robed youth couldn't continue his speech. "How about this? I won't give a random price. 1,000 contribution points. This price isn't considered expensive, right?" Finally, the yellow-robed young man asked tentatively, "It's indeed not expensive. I want all 10 ice silver flowers in your stall." Zhuowen nodded. With a stroke of his right hand, he put the 10 ice silver flowers in the yellow-robed young man's stall into his spirit ring. Then he put 10,000 contribution points into the yellow-robed young man's contribution counter. "You actually want all of them?" The yellow-robed young man was stunned at first. Then he saw the 10,000 contribution points that had suddenly appeared on the counter on his wrist. A look of excitement immediately appeared on his face. His stall's business wasn't very good. He would be very satisfied if he could earn 500 or 600 contribution points a day, but now, because of Zhuowen, he had earned 10,000 contribution points all of a sudden. Even after deducting the cost, he still made about half of the profit. The yellow-robed young man was naturally overjoyed. No matter how he looked at Zhuowen, he had a good impression of him. After buying the ice silver flowers, Zhuowen didn't leave. Instead, he said to the yellow-robed young man in a low voice, "Brother, my name is Zhuowen. I would like to ask, how can I successfully join the Arcana Tower?" Because of Zhuowen, his income had increased explosively today. The yellow-robed young man naturally didn't hide anything from Zhuowen. "So it's little brother Zhua. You can call me Huang Can. From the looks of it, little brother Zhua shouldn't be an arcanist of our Arcana Tower yet. Since you plan on joining our Arcana Tower, then you should also have a talent for spiritual energy, right?" Huang Can smiled rather warmly. Zhuowen nodded and smiled. "I do have some talent for spiritual energy. That's why I've come to the Arcana Tower to ask about it. I hope you can enlighten me." Huang Can chuckled and then said in a low voice, "The Arcana Tower has 7 floors. Each floor represents a Grade 1 Arcanist. The first floor is where Grade 1 Arcanists are active, the second floor is for Grade 2 Arcanists, and the 7th floor is where the Master of the Arcana Tower, Master Mufeng, lives. It's said that many of Master Mufeng's creations are displayed there, and there are even Grade 7 origin arrays among them. As for if you want to join the Arcana Tower, it's actually quite simple. You just have to enter the first floor and undergo the corresponding spiritual energy test and the creation of the origin arrays. As long as the examiner thinks you pass, then you can successfully become a member of the Arcana Tower. Hearing this, Zhuowen understood what Huang Can meant. It seemed that joining the Arcana Tower wasn't as difficult as he had thought. As long as he passed the test, he could become a member of the Arcana Tower. Also, the robes of the Arcanists in the Arcana Tower are divided into different grades. From low to high, they are red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and purple. Because I'm a grade 3 Arcanist, I'm wearing a yellow robe. In the entire Arcana Tower, the only person who can wear a purple robe is Master Mufeng. Huang Can's eyes were filled with admiration when he spoke of Mufeng. After all, Mufeng was the great person who had founded the Arcana Tower. Moreover, he was an important figure in the entire outer courtyard. Even the headmaster of the outer courtyard treated Mufeng with respect. It was clear just how high Mufeng's status in the outer courtyard was. Brother Zhua, I see that this is your first time in the Arcana Tower. Let me show you around the Arcana Tower and take you to the test. If you pass, then you can successfully join the Arcana Tower. At that time, we'll be fellow disciples of the same sect. Huang Can acted as if he was very familiar with the place. With a wave of his sleeve, he stored all the items on the stall into his spirit ring. Then, he led Zhuowen towards the Arcana Tower. Zhuowen was startled, but he didn't say anything. He only silently followed behind Huang Can. After all, this was his first time in the Arcana Tower. He really did need someone to show him around the Arcana Tower. After entering the Arcana Tower, Zhuowen discovered that the space inside the Arcana Tower was actually much larger than the Cultivation Tower. However, from the outside, the Arcana Tower and the Cultivation Tower were actually the same size. Why was the space inside so large? Chapter 1069, Arcana Tower Test. So that's how it is. Zhuowen's eyes flashed slightly, but his heart was somewhat moved. This Mufeng was indeed a heavenly Arcana Master. The number of Yuan formations he could set up was truly numerous. Not only was the Yuan Qi gathering Yuan formation in the main city set up by him, he even knew the space expansion Yuan formation of the Arcana Tower. He was truly knowledgeable. There was a ring-shaped counter at the center of the first level of the Arcana Tower. A red-robed youth was lazily sprawled on the counter. His eyes were drooping, as if he would fall asleep at any moment. Huang Can led Zhuowen to the front of this red-robed youth and gently knocked on the glass counter below. The originally drowsy, red-robed young man was immediately woken up by this knock. His eyes revealed a furious expression. Just as he was about to curse out loud, he saw the yellow robe on Huang Can's body. The vulgarities that he originally wanted to spit out were forcefully swallowed back down his throat. The red robe meant that this youth was a grade 1 Arcana Master, while Huang Can was a grade 3 Arcana Master. He did not dare to yell at such an existence. So it's Senior Brother Huang Can. May I know why Senior Brother Huang Can has come this time? The red-robed youth had a fawning smile on his face as he spoke. The warm smile on Huang Can's face had already disappeared and was replaced by a dignified expression. He was a grade 3 Arcana Master, so he naturally had to display the appropriate demeanor in front of this red-robed youth. Zhuowen looked at Huang Can's change somewhat strangely. However, he did not say anything and only quietly observed. Huang Can would probably tell him about the test. This is my friend. He wants to join our Arcana Tower, so I brought him here to test him. Huang Can cleared his throat and said, So it's Senior Brother Huang Can's friend. That's easy. I also have a red robe here. This friend can directly wear it and become a member of our Arcana Tower. The red-robed youth's face became even more flattering as he actually took out another red robe from his spirit ring. There's no need to test him? Zhuowen was startled, unable to react in time. There's no need. Since he's senior brother Huang, Ken's friend, I have to take care of him. The red-robed youth hurriedly said with a smile. Huang Ken coughed dryly and said softly to Zhuowen, Brother Zhuo, since this is junior brother's kindness, then accept it. After all, the test has a certain failure rate. Hearing this, Zhuowen finally understood the intentions of Huang Ken and the red-robed youth. It turned out that the two of them felt that Zhuowen's spiritual talent wasn't very high and thought that he would fail the foundation test, so they planned to let him in through the back door. With regards to the actions of Huang Ken and the red-robed young man, Zhuowen did not know whether to laugh or cry in his heart. However, since there was no need for a test, Zhuowen had saved himself some trouble. He nodded his head and received the red robe. Seeing Zhuowen take off the red robe, Huang Ken revealed a brilliant smile on his face. He smiled at Zhuowen and said, Brother Zhuo, train well on the first level in the future. Once your spiritual energy has increased, you can try to enter the second level. Zhuowen nodded his head and said seriously, Brother Huang, you mean to say that if I want to enter the higher levels of the Arcana Tower, I can only take the test one level after another? Huang Ken said without hesitation, Of course. This is a rule set by Master Mufeng. He hopes that the Arcana Masters of our Arcana Tower can be down to earth and train step by step. We must not be greedy. So that's how it is, Zhuowen softly muttered. Soon after, he continued, Then let's continue towards the second level. After explaining, Huang Ken originally planned to bring Zhuowen out of the first level. However, Zhuowen's sudden words caused his footsteps to stagger, and he nearly fell to the ground in a somewhat unstable manner. Soon after, Huang Ken turned his head and said somewhat awkwardly, Brother Zhuo, you want to obtain the qualifications to become a Grade 2 Arcana Master? There's really nothing I can do about it. Zhuowen, however, smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm only going up to take the test this time. I won't make things difficult for you. If I fail, I naturally won't pester you endlessly. Huang Ken sighed softly when he heard this. What he was most afraid of was that Zhuowen would ask him to open a back door for the second level. The first level was one thing. A Grade 1 Arcana Master was the lowest level of existence in the first place. Having one more Arcana Master wouldn't make any difference, and opening a back door would be quite easy. However, the test for a Grade 2 Arcana Master was not so lax. There would be several people supervising the test, so there was no chance of cheating. All right then, I'll take you to the second level. As he spoke, Huang Ken led Zhuowen up the stairs to the second level. The second level was similar to the first level. There was also a ring-shaped counter in the center, but there were 3 people at the counter, all of them Grade 2 Arcana Masters. The 3 of you, this friend of mine, is here to take the test for a Grade 2 Arcana Master. I hope that the 3 of you can make an exception for him. Huang Ken clasped his hands towards the 3 Arcana Masters at the counter. Huang Ken's status as a Grade 3 Arcana Master was still somewhat useful, and the 3 people at the counter treated him rather courteously. However, what needed to be tested still needed to be tested. They couldn't just throw the orange robe at Zhuowen like they had on the first level. Brother Zhuo, this test, Huang Ken said somewhat helplessly. Don't worry. I'm naturally able to handle this test. Zhuowen softly chuckled as he walked to the front of the counter. A lady from the trio took out a round, transparent ball and placed it in front of Zhuowen as she said, This is used to test your mental energy. If your mental energy has reached Grade 2, It will light up. Huangcan frowned a little. This Zhuowen originally didn't belong to the Arcana Tower's sphere of influence. He should be one of the outer courtyard's martial arts students, so he didn't think that Zhuowen's spiritual power could reach the second level. After all, most of a cultivator's time was spent raising their cultivation. How could they spend so much time and energy raising their spiritual power? Even if their spiritual power talent was good, they would still favor one over another. Zhuowen calmly placed his right hand on the round ball. Then, an extremely dazzling light suddenly surged out from the transparent ball. The moment the light swept out, Zhuowen quickly withdrew his right hand and said to the three people at the counter, "This should be enough, right?" "It's enough. Congratulations on obtaining the orange robe." The three people looked at each other and withdrew the round, transparent ball. The woman took out the orange robe and handed it to Zhuowen. His spiritual power really reached the second level. Huangcan was a little stunned, a trace of astonishment in his eyes. "Brother Zhua, I really didn't expect your spiritual power to reach the second level. Looks like you've also studied your spiritual power while cultivating." Huangcan came to Zhuowen's side and laughed. Zhuowen nodded. After changing into the orange robe, he walked towards the third level. When he saw Zhuowen's actions, the smile on Huangcan's face froze. Why was this Zhuowen heading towards the third level? Could it be that he wanted to take the test to become a third-level Arcana Master? It can't be. Brother Zhua's spiritual power is on par with mine? Huangcan came back to his senses and muttered in a low voice as he followed behind Zhuowen. The test on the third level was a little complicated. Other than checking whether one's spiritual power had reached the third level, the person in charge of the test actually took out a broken third-level yuan array and asked Zhuowen to repair it. His spiritual power has actually reached the third level. This brother Zhua. When Huangcan saw the transparent ball in Zhuowen's hand, which was used to test rank 3 mental energy, shining brightly, he did not know how to describe his current feelings. This is the third-level yuan array, the 8 extreme array. However, it is a damaged product. The materials to repair this array are all here. If you can repair it within 2 hours, you will receive the yellow robe. The third-level tester said to Zhuowen as he threw out a yuan array and a pile of materials. It's actually the 8 extreme array. This yuan array is quite difficult to repair among the third-level yuan arrays. If I were to repair it, I would need around an hour. I wonder how long Brother Zhua will take. Huangcan softly muttered as he watched from the side. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen. Although he was a little surprised that Zhuowen's spiritual power had reached the third level, he knew that refining a yuan array required a certain amount of time and practice. After all, Zhuowen was a martial cultivator. It was unlikely that he had a lot of time to practice refining yuan arrays. Therefore, Huangcan felt that it was unlikely that Zhuowen could completely repair the 8 extreme array in 2 hours. Zhuowen, who was standing in front of the counter, nodded slightly. Soon after, he stomped his foot and summoned a green flame. This was one of the earth fires in Zhuowen's body. It was called the 3,000 green lotus flames. Earth fire! Huangcan's pupils shrank as he exclaimed in surprise. Earth fire was a rare existence for most Arcana Masters. At the very least, among all the Arcana Masters in the Arcana Tower, those who possessed earth fire were definitely in the minority. Even Huangcan's body did not possess such a powerful flame. The Arcana Master in charge of the test was also shocked. Clearly, his thoughts about Zhuowen possessing a flame like the earth fire were similar to Huangcan's. Zhuowen's right hand controlled the 3,000 green lotus flames, while his left hand controlled the flow of materials in and out. Everything seemed very natural and smooth. After about 5 minutes, Zhuowen slowly withdrew the 3,000 green lotus flames into his body. Soon after, he handed the 8 extreme array to the tester and said, "It's done. You can take a look to see if there are any mistakes." So fast, the tester looked at Zhuowen suspiciously. Soon after, his gaze landed on the 8 extreme array. At this moment, Huang Ken also came over and asked Zhuowen in confusion, "Brother Zhua, it's only been 5 minutes, and you've already finished repairing it? Don't you think you're cutting corners?" "You'll know once you see the results." Zhuowen said indifferently, "Perfect. You actually managed to repair the 8 extreme array to such a perfect state. This is your yellow robe. Take it." The tester's excited voice rang out. Huang Ken's suspicious expression immediately froze. His gaze was numb as he looked at the 8 extreme array in the tester's hands and Zhuowen, who was leisurely taking the yellow robe. He felt as if his worldview had been turned upside down. He could accept that Zhuowen's mental strength had reached the 3rd grade and that he possessed earth fire. However, it only took him 5 minutes to repair the 8 extreme array. Was this still a feat that a 3rd grade Arcana Master could achieve? Chapter 1070. Luo Xiang after putting on the yellow robes. Zhuowen smiled at Huang Ken and said, "Brother Huang, can you accompany me to the 4th level?" Huang Ken, who was still suffering from a severe blow, immediately felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife when he heard these words. Soon after, he stared at Zhuowen with dead fish eyes and said, "Brother Zhuowen, do you mean that your mental energy has already reached grade 4? Won't you find out after the test?" Zhuowen chuckled as he replied. On the other hand, Huang Ken's face twitched. He had really misjudged Zhuowen. He didn't expect that a random customer would be such a powerful existence. Zhuowen's mental strength could actually reach level 4. Moreover, Zhuowen seemed to be a few years younger than him. Huang Ken was just about to reply when an ambiguous voice suddenly sounded, causing Huang Ken's eyes to darken as he fell silent. "Oh, isn't this Huang Ken? Why did you enter the Arcana Tower instead of obediently setting up your stall outside? How long can you train in the Arcana Tower with that poor appearance of yours?" Zhuowen frowned slightly. His footsteps, which had originally been heading towards the 4th level, paused slightly. He turned his head and saw 2 figures walking over from the entrance of the 3rd level. The 2 figures were a man and a woman. The man was slightly older than Huang Ken and had an ordinary appearance. However, he was wearing a long green robe and was actually a grade 4 Arcana Master. Beside the man was a pretty girl in a long yellow robe. This girl was around the same age as Huang Ken, around 23 years old. She was above average in terms of looks and had a curvaceous figure. Her figure was extremely hot and eye-catching. Huang Ken's gaze shifted slightly. It first landed on the girl as a trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes. Soon after, he stared intently at the man and said, "Chen Gang, my matters have nothing to do with you, right?" The green-robed man, named Chen Gang, laughed mischievously. His right hand that was wrapped around the woman beside him was extremely mischievous. He pinched the woman's ample bosom, causing the woman to let out a delicate moan. However, she didn't struggle free. Instead, she continued to snuggle up to Chen Gang. Her gaze didn't even look in Huang Ken's direction. Seeing this scene, Huang Ken's expression became extremely gloomy. The sorrow in his eyes became even more intense. His hands were tightly clenched. Zhuowen even noticed that Huang Ken's palms were covered in sweat that was shining with white light. From the expression on Huang Ken's face, as well as the actions of Chen Gang and the yellow-robed lady, Zhuowen could roughly guess what was going on. However, he did not open his mouth. Instead, he quietly observed everything. "Hee. Indeed, it's unrelated, but I just don't like you, that's all. By the way, are you still not allowed to do that? Right, Shixiang?" Chen Gang said in a sarcastic tone. He shifted his gaze to the woman in his arms and asked in a deliberately loud voice. The yellow-robed lady, named Luo Xiang, glanced indifferently at Huang Can. Soon after, she smiled at Chen Gang and said, "He's just a piece of trash. Why bother? Let's go to the 4th floor. This piece of trash is annoying." Huang Can's face was as pale as snow. He took a few steps back and said in a deep voice, "Luo Xiang, why do you have to be so ruthless? Everyone knows how Huang Can, treated you back then. Why do you want to leave me and give yourself to this Chen Gang?" Luo Xiang stared indifferently at Zhuowen and said, "You're still so naive, even stupid. In this martial world, the weak are prey to the strong. Your strength isn't enough to give me what I want. Why should I be with you?" Chen Gang also laughed complacently and said, "Huang Can, you're too weak. What future can a grade 3 Arcana Master have? Can you give Luo Xiang a grade 4 Yuan array? Can you bring her to the 4th floor of the Arcane Tower to cultivate? Since you can't give her anything, why should Luo Xiang stay with a piece of trash like you? Brother Gang, let's go. This person is too annoying. Let's not stay on the 3rd floor." Luo Xiang said to Chen Gang with a charming smile. Chen Gang laughed and said, "You're right. We don't need to pay too much attention to this piece of trash. Let's go." After saying that, Chen Gang and Luo Xiang walked to the 4th floor hand in hand. However, when the two were about to step on the stairs to the 4th floor, Zhuowen suddenly opened his mouth. "Brother, Huang isn't the piece of trash you say. You're a few years older than Brother Huang, but you're only at the initial grade 4. Brother Huang is already at the perfect grade 3. It's only a matter of time before he catches up to you. Are you qualified to call Brother Huang a piece of trash?" When these words came out, Chen Gang and Luo Xiang's footsteps suddenly stiffened. Then their gazes shifted slightly and stared at Zhuowen. Chen Gang said coldly, "Who are you?" "A mere grade 3 Arcana Master. Are you going to speak for a piece of trash like Chen Gang? Don't you know your place?" "Brother Zhua, let's forget about it. There's no need to get into a conflict with Chen Gang. His background in the Arcana Tower is not low. It's better not to provoke him." Huang Can came to Zhuowen's side and advised in a low voice, "It seems that Huang Can didn't tell you my identity, but it's fine. I won't argue with a piece of trash like you. A mere grade 3 Arcana Master dares to talk back to me. Now, kneel down and kowtow to me a few times, and I won't pursue your mistake." Chen Gang turned around and faced Zhuowen indifferently. "Huang Can, just look at yourself. What kind of friends have you made? A mere rank 3 Arcana dares to be so arrogant. It really is a case of people behaving like friends." Luo Xiang, who was standing beside Chen Gang, finally spoke up, her voice sharp and ear-piercing. Huang Can's face was gloomy, but he did not refute. Luo Xiang used to be the woman he loved deeply. Unfortunately, she had now become like this. In order to obtain better resources, she had resolutely abandoned him and thrown herself into Chen Gang's arms. At this moment, his heart was like dead ashes. He was in no mood to refute. Zhuowen also felt Huang Can's sorrowful mood. He said indifferently, "Brother Huang, why are you so depressed? Why do you have to be so depressed? With your talent, it won't be difficult for you to become a rank 4 Arcana Master. Once you're strong enough, no one will be able to bully you. At that time, some people will regret their choices." Huang Can lifted his head when he heard these words. There was a lost expression in his eyes. Soon after, he saw the ridicule in Luo Xiang's and Chen Gang's eyes. Both of his fists were tightly clenched. He was extremely unwilling to accept this. The woman he loved had left him and thrown herself into someone else's arms. Now, he was even being bullied by that person. He, Huang Ken, was very unwilling. What you need to do now is not to be depressed and muddle through. What you need to do is to work hard and advance bravely. Only a true powerhouse can obtain what they want. Only then can they teach those who oppress them a lesson. If you continue to be depressed, your life will be over. Zhuowen continued to remind him. As for Chen Gang's words, he did not pay any attention to them. In fact, he directly ignored them. Huang Can's eyes brightened. The bewilderment within them gradually faded and was replaced by a deep glint. Zhuowen was right. If he became depressed because of this matter, he would only be ridiculed even more by Chen Gang. Chen Gang's gaze became increasingly gloomy. He felt humiliated by Zhuowen's disregard. He took a step forward and coldly said to Zhuowen, "What kind of attitude is this? From the looks of it, you don't plan on kowtowing to me at all? Chen Gang, don't tell me you plan on fighting in the Arcana Tower. Master Mufeng has strictly ordered that fighting is not allowed in the Arcana Tower. Are you going to violate that?" Huang Can hurriedly stepped out from behind Zhuowen when he saw Chen Gang's unfriendly expression. "Humph, you two don't know what's good for you. If you have the guts, stay in the Arcana Tower. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Chen Gang seemed to have thought of something. A trace of hesitation appeared on his face. He retracted his foot and brought Luo Xiang up to the 4th floor. "Brother Huang, let's go up as well," Zhuowen said to Huang Can and directly stepped onto the stairs to the 4th floor. Huang Can's expression was slightly stunned. He knew that Zhuowen was determined to enter the 4th floor to take the test. He nodded and followed behind him. The 4th floor was much larger than the first 3 floors. There were a few green-robed Arcana Masters coming and going in the large hall. Zhuowen and Huang Can, the 2 yellow-robed Arcana Masters, attracted quite a bit of attention when they entered the 4th floor. "You two are grade 3 Arcana Masters. Why did you enter the 4th floor for no reason?" A tall, green-robed youth slowly walked in front of Zhuowen and Huang Can and asked indifferently, "Isn't that woman also a grade 3 Arcana Master? Why didn't you stop her and instead came to stop the 2 of us?" Zhuowen pointed at Luo Xiang, who was nestled in Chen Gang's arms, and said indifferently. The tall youth glanced at Chen Gang and Luo Xiang and said expressionlessly, "A green-robed Arcana Master is qualified to bring another Arcana Master to the 4th floor. The 2 of you are yellow-robed Arcana Masters and have no one to lead you. What qualifications do you have? 2 fellows who are asking to be humiliated. Mere yellow-robed Arcana Masters dare to enter the 4th floor. Do they really think they are grade 4 Arcana Masters? What a joke." Chen Gang also noticed Zhuowen and Huang Can, who had been stopped, and loudly mocked them. Chen Gang's mocking words also attracted the attention of the other Arcana Masters in the hall. Everyone's eyes gathered on Zhuowen and Huang Can, their eyes full of ridicule. "The 2 of you, please go back," the tall and sturdy young man said indifferently. "I didn't enter the 4th floor for no reason. I intend to take the grade 4 Arcana Master test. Are you going to stop me?" Zhuowen suddenly said. Grade 4 Arcana Master test. If so, go to that counter. If you don't pass the test, leave the 4th floor as soon as possible. We don't welcome yellow-robed Arcana Masters here." The tall youth nodded and pointed at the ring-shaped counter in the center of the hall. Zhuowen nodded and walked straight to the ring-shaped counter, while Huang Can silently followed behind. "How laughable! You actually want to take the grade 4 Arcana Master test. It has been a long time since a yellow-robed Arcana Master became a green-robed Arcana Master. You coming in to take the test is just asking to be humiliated. Chen Gang snorted coldly. The surrounding green-robed arcana masters also looked at Zhuowen and Huang Ken with interest. Chen Gang was right. It had been a long time since a new member joined the fourth floor. They wondered if the youth in front of them could successfully obtain a green robe. Chapter 1071. Difficult seated at the counter was a green-robed elder. He had also noticed Zhuowen's arrival. His eyes were filled with indifference as he asked, "Are you here to take the Grade 4 mental energy test?" Zhuowen nodded. The elder did not say anything else as he directly took out a black palm-sized cube from his sleeve. "Crush it, and you will have the qualifications to be green-robed." After the green-robed elder finished speaking, he once again bent over the table as if nothing had happened. He completely ignored Zhuowen. Clearly, he did not believe that Zhuowen could successfully pass the test. 4 yuan crystal block? I did not expect that old man Lu Li would take out such a thing as a grade 4 mental energy test item. Isn't this a little too harsh? When they saw the black cube that the green-robed elder handed over to Zhuowen, the gazes of many people in the hall hardened as a strange expression appeared on their faces. It's actually a 4 yuan crystal block. Elder, isn't this test a little too difficult? If you want to crush this 4 yuan crystal block, you will need at least an advanced grade 4 mental energy. Even an initial grade 4 mental energy might not be able to crush it. Huang Can's face was a little pale as he hurriedly spoke to the green-robed elder in front of the counter. However, he was interrupted by the latter. If you don't want to take the test, you can leave. Since this old man says that this is the test, then it is the test. If you are not satisfied, you can forget about taking the test and scram back to the third floor. The green-robed elder once again lifted his head and spoke in an extremely rude manner. That's right. If you don't have the ability, then don't take the test. Elder Lu Li is very busy. You are just wasting his time by being so fussy. Chun Gang and Nuo Xiang came to the front of the counter as they looked at Zhuowen and Huang Ken with mocking eyes. Chun Gang, do you need me to open a private room for you? Your brother had already notified me before he entered the 5th floor. Moreover, he had already paid the contribution points. You only need to take a key. The originally cold and indifferent elder, Lu Li, immediately revealed a smile when he saw Chen Gang. My brother is so considerate. Thank you, Senior Lu Li. Chen Gang smiled politely as he received the jade key from Lu Li. However, he did not enter the private room at the depths of the 4th level. Instead, he looked at Zhuowen with a mocking gaze. He wanted to see how this arrogant Zhuowen would embarrass himself. Looking at this scene, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. It seemed that the green-robed old man's deliberately making things difficult for him was related to Chen Gang. The green-robed elder also understood Chen Gang's meaning. His indifferent gaze once again landed on Zhuowen's body as he said, Why? Aren't you going to start the test? If you can't break this 4 yuan crystal block, you can immediately roll out of the 4th floor. You two really don't know what you're talking about. You don't have the ability, yet you insist on puffing yourself up at your own cost and coming to the 4th level to take the test. You really are like 2 clowns. The corners of Chen Gang's mouth curled up into a sneer. Nuo Xiang, who was beside Chen Gang, stared coldly at Huang Ken and said, Huang Ken, do you really think that you haven't lost enough face? You actually followed me to the 4th floor. Let me tell you clearly, my man is Chen Gang. Is it fun for you to pester me like this? Nuo Xiang's words caused Huang Ken's pupils to shrink. There was a trace of anger in his eyes. He did not follow Nuo Xiang here, but purely to accompany Zhuowen to take the test. Now in Nuo Xiang's eyes, he was pestering her. Pestering her? Did I say that I came to the fourth floor because of you? Please don't be so self-righteous. Okay? Since we are no longer related, what does it have to do with you where I go? Huang Ken replied coldly. Nuo Xiang's pretty face froze. She did not expect that Huang Ken, who was originally very good-tempered, would actually dare to speak to her like this. However, she could not refute. She really had no relationship with Huang Ken now. You really don't mean what you say. Anyway, I don't want to see you, but you just have to walk in front of me. Don't you feel annoyed? Nuo Xiang snorted coldly. I just came here to accompany my friend to take the test. It has nothing to do with you. Since you feel annoyed, you don't have to pay attention to me at all. Huang Ken replied coldly. He had thoroughly seen the nature of Nuo Xiang, so his previous good impression of her had already disappeared at this moment. Now, there was even a trace of disgust. Looking at Huang Ken's indifferent attitude, Nuo Xiang sneered again and again. She was sure that Huang Ken was trying to cover up. Your friend? This trash actually dares to take the test to become a fourth-grade arcanist. He is really asking for humiliation. Nuo Xiang's beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen, who was not far away. The corner of her mouth had already revealed a very thick sneer. Kacha! Suddenly, a crisp breaking sound resounded in the entire hall of the fourth floor. Immediately, Zhuowen's right hand slowly opened. The crystal block that was originally held in his hand was now broken into black powder. Just now, when Huang Ken, Chun Gang, and Nuo Xiang were talking, Zhuowen had already silently mobilized the mental strength in his body to destroy the structure of the crystal block. This crystal block was extremely tough on the outside, but the inner part was quite fragile. However, if you want to enter the crystal block, your mental strength must be at least at the advanced level of the fourth grade. So before, there were people in the hall who said that the fourth grade mental strength test was extremely harsh. After all, generally, the mental strength of the arcanists who took the fourth grade arcanist test was basically at the advanced level of the third grade and the initial level of the fourth grade. As for the advanced level of the fourth grade, they had already become a green robe. How could they still be a yellow robe on the third floor? The breaking sound in the entire hall was so sweet and crisp. Immediately, the rest of the people in the hall were stunned. Their eyes were all fixed on the black powder in Zhuowen's palm. This kid, unexpectedly, quietly crushed the crystal block, which meant that this kid's mental strength was at least at the advanced level of the fourth grade. Chun Gang and Nuo Xiang's faces stiffened as they stared at the black powder in Zhuowen's palm. Even the green-robed old man's face stiffened as he stared at the black powder. The crystal block has been broken, so I passed the test, right? Zhuowen put the black powder in front of the counter and said calmly. The green-robed old man came back to his senses, and his pale eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He waved his right hand, and the black powder in front of the counter flew into his hand. He looked at it carefully, as if he was judging whether Zhuowen had really crushed the 4-yuan crystal. Senior Lu Li, I'm afraid this kid must have used some unknown method to cheat and broke the crystal block. Chun Gang was the first to react and suddenly said to the green-robed elder, after carefully looking at the black powder in his hand, the green-robed elder nodded and said with a dignified face, Chun Gang is right. There is indeed something wrong with the powder of the crystal block. What method did you use to break it? Senior Lu Li, is it really okay for you to slander me like this? Brother Zhuo broke the crystal block in front of you. If he really cheated, didn't you discover it before? After he broke it, you said he cheated. Huang Ken said with some indignation. The green-robed elder's face suddenly became cold. His right hand slammed on the surface of the table and said indifferently, How dare you talk to me like this? I'm obviously telling the truth. How dare you say that I'm slandering you? Isn't it Brother Zhua passed the test in front of you. If he really cheated, you should have mentioned it before. Now that the 4-yuan crystal block is broken, you say that he cheated. You don't even give a reason. Isn't that just slandering others? Huang Can said indignantly, I think you're courting death. The green-robed elder was a little angry. He waved his sleeve, and suddenly a terrifying mental strength came crushing down, turning into a huge mental strength palm, and grabbed at Huang Can. Boom. However, just as the psychic energy palm was about to touch Huang Can, another psychic energy barrier suddenly rose up and blocked the psychic energy palm. You dare to fight in the arcane tower? The green-robed elder's eyes turned and stared at Zhuowen as he said coldly. Zhuowen laughed and said, You were the one who attacked first, weren't you? Now you're accusing me of fighting in the arcane tower. Don't you think it's funny? Who am I? Who are you people? One of you cheated wantonly, and the other offended his superiors. It's natural for me to teach you a lesson. You rashly resisted and violated the rules of the arcane tower. The green-robed elder said coldly, You mean to say that we have to stand here and let you beat us? Zhuowen raised his eyebrows, and his voice gradually turned cold. Of course, the green-robed elder said matter-of-factly. What a laughable statement. Zhuowen smiled coldly. A wave of mental strength gradually spread out from his Naiwen palace and circled around his body, forming a faintly discernible and invisible force. Senior Hedgerow, not only did this person cheat, but he also tried to resist. This kind of insolent little bastard who doesn't know the rules should be taken down immediately. If it's not convenient for Senior to do it, let me do it. Chen Gang, who had been standing to the side, volunteered. You're right. It's time to teach these arrogant fellows a lesson, and teach them a lesson. However, the arcane tower cannot kill, so don't be too harsh. Just cripple these two. The green-robed elder nodded lightly. I know the rules. Senior Hedgerow, don't worry. Chen Gang cracked a smile and slowly walked towards Zhuowen, his eyes full of mockery. The other arcanists in the hall only stood to the side, not intending to participate in this matter. They could only sigh inwardly at Zhuowen's bad luck. Chen Gang's status in the arcane tower was extraordinary. This was because Chen Gang's elder brother, Chen Xian, was a genius on the 5th floor of the arcane tower. Moreover, he had a good relationship with the 4th floor tester, Hedgerow. Thus, anyone who offended Chen Gang would often find it difficult to move an inch in the arcane tower. If you had kowtowed to me and admitted your mistakes just now, there wouldn't be so much trouble right now. Unfortunately, it was you who didn't know when to back down. Thus, I will teach you a rather memorable lesson so that you know how to behave in the future. Chapter 1072, Grandmaster Lan Miaozhua. Wen's face sank when he sensed the extremely terrifying spiritual energy. He gently stretched out his right hand and instantly formed a seemingly material spiritual barrier in front of him. Boom! Chun Gang's mental energy arrived in an instant and slammed heavily on the mental energy barrier. The mental energy barrier trembled violently, but it was only trembling and could not be broken. Is that all you've got? Zhuowen raised his head and smiled mockingly, causing Chun Gang's face to darken. Mysterious fire formation. Chun Gang shook his sleeve, and 16 flaming crystals shot out from his sleeve. They followed a strange trajectory and formed a strange fire formation in front of him. Is that the mysterious fire formation a rank 4 origin formation? Huang Can's face changed when he saw the fire formation formed by 16 flaming crystals. He did not expect Chun Gang to use only a rank 4 origin formation. Chun Gang actually used the mysterious fire formation. It seems that he really wants to teach this kid a lesson. many of the surrounding arcana masters clicked their tongues in wonder. This mystic fire formation was quite powerful, and it was said that it was the work of Chun Gang's older brother, Chun Xin, a grade 4 origin formation, refined by a grade 5 arcana master, was much more powerful than a grade 4 origin formation refined by a grade 4 arcana master. Therefore, when Chun Gang used the mysterious fire formation, the other arcanists in the living room all showed fear. It seems that you are also a rank 4 arcanist. Your mental energy is so powerful. However, this mysterious fire formation was refined by my elder brother, Chun Xin. It is far more powerful than an ordinary rank 4 origin formation. No matter how powerful your mental energy is, you will not be able to resist this mysterious fire formation. Chun Gang's eyes were full of confidence. He had tested the power of the mysterious fire formation time and time again. Even an arcanist at the great perfection of grade 4 had been put into a difficult situation by the mysterious fire formation. Although Zhuo Wen looked good, he did not think that the former had the ability to resist the mysterious fire formation. Whoosh, whoosh, 16 blazing crystal stones instantly flew out, wrapping around Zhuo Wen. 16 terrifying flames gushed out like 16 fire pythons, wrapping Zhuo Wen's entire body in an attempt to incinerate him. Zhuo Wen's gaze was extremely calm. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. This aura transformed into a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and an azura hell around him. This was the slaughter momentum that Zhuo Wen had just comprehended. Clang! Zhuo Wen flicked his finger, and the 7-kill saber appeared in his hand. He then raised the black saber above his head and slashed down. Suddenly, the killing aura that shrouded his body was drawn by the 7-kill saber, forming a terrifying saber aura. Boom! The 16 flames from the mysterious fire array were immediately extinguished. Then Zhuo Wen stepped forward and slashed out with the 7-kill saber in his right hand. The saber shadow wreaked havoc, and the 16 flame crystals around him were directly shattered. This guy is a cultivator. How can his strength be so strong? When Zhuo Wen released the slaughter momentum, took out the 7-kill saber, and broke the mysterious fire array with 2 slashes, the entire hall quieted down. In fact, when Zhuo Wen revealed his grade 4 spirit power, it had already surprised many people. After all, Zhuo Wen was not very old, only around 20 years old. To be able to reach grade 4 spirit power at such an age, his talent was definitely good. In the future, it would not be difficult for him to reach grade 5 spirit power. When everyone's impression of Zhuo Wen was that he was only a grade 4 arcana master, and when he revealed his terrifying martial strength, it truly shocked everyone. Moreover, they also faintly felt that Zhuo Wen's martial strength seemed to be much stronger and more terrifying than his spirit power. It wasn't that there weren't any cultivators who cultivated martial arts and spirit power in the Divine Academy, but their cultivation wasn't high. After all, they had to cultivate both martial arts and spirit power. It was very easy to be distracted. Often, they couldn't even take care of themselves, so the progress of both would be dragged down. However, the youth in front of them was a bit of a freak. The height of his spirit power was already much stronger than most of the arcana masters of the same age. His martial strength was even more terrifying than his spirit power. This was definitely a dual cultivation genius that they had never seen before. Deng, 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 deng. Chun Gang groaned and retreated a few steps. His eyes were filled with horror. Zhuo Wen's martial strength was too terrifying. He actually broke his mysterious fire array with 2 slashes. Courtesy demands reciprocity. Since you attacked me first, then I will properly return the favor. Zhuo Wen's gaze was indifferent. His eyes flickered with a cold light, as he stared at Chungang, causing the latter's heart to tremble. Even the mysterious fire array wasn't Zhuowen's opponent, let alone him. Whoosh! With a step, Zhuowen appeared in front of Chungang, as if he had teleported. The slaughter momentum poured out like a terrifying bloody mountain, pressing down on Chungang's body. The latter's breathing became rapid, and his heartbeat quickened. Kill! A slash descended. The slaughter momentum was like the ninth heaven's profound thunder, wanting to completely annihilate Chungang. How dare you act so presumptuously in the arcane tower? The green-robed old man behind the counter also saw this scene and roared. With a wave of his sleeve, his complete grade 4 spirit power gushed out and turned into a giant spirit hand. It blasted towards Zhuowen, wanting to block the terrifying blade momentum. A mere grade 4 complete grade dares to obstruct me. Zhuowen's gaze was cold. The blade momentum didn't change as it fiercely slashed down. Then, the green-robed old man's giant spirit hand was actually fragile and shattered. This guy, the green-robed old man's face turned ugly. His right hand changed and condensed another giant spirit hand. He lifted Chungang and left the range of the blade momentum. Rumble! The blade momentum landed and blasted at the place where Chungang was just now. It actually smashed a deep pit that was almost 10 feet deep. You want to kill Chungang? The green-robed old man shouted angrily as he pulled Chungang, who was already in a daze and panic, to his side with his right hand. I'm just returning the favor. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked just now. Why should I show mercy to him? Zhuowen said calmly. You're really disgraceful. You dare to violate the rules of the arcane tower in front of me. Do you have no respect for Master Mufeng at all? The green-robed old man was so angry that he trembled. His gaze became extremely gloomy. This young man in front of him was getting more and more presumptuous. As one of the people in charge of the 4th floor, he didn't take him seriously at all. Lu Wei, what's going on? Why is there such a big commotion on the 4th floor? Suddenly, an old man in a blue robe walked out from the inner room behind the counter on the 4th floor. He frowned slightly, and his eyes were filled with displeasure. Obviously, he had heard the commotion caused by the battle between Zhuowen and Chungang. This kid is disgraceful. He openly violated the rules of the arcane tower and even intended to kill someone. He's truly audacious to the extreme. Master Lan Miao, this kid should be captured. Otherwise, it won't be enough to convince everyone. The green-robed old man revealed a respectful expression when he saw the blue-robed old man that suddenly appeared. He bowed and cupped his hands before pointing at Zhuowen and speaking with a fearful expression. Greetings, Master Lan Miao. The other arcanists in the hall bowed extremely respectfully when they saw the blue-robed old man, and their faces were filled with reverence. Zhuowen's gaze landed on the blue-robed old man as well. The blue-robed old man looked extremely ordinary and didn't have a trace of fierceness on his body. His aura was simple and unadorned, and he seemed like an ordinary little old man. Master Lan Miao's gaze followed the green-robed old man's finger and landed on Zhuowen. The originally indifferent expression in his eyes was instantly replaced by a strand of bright light, and it was as if he discovered a rare treasure. What a deep gaze! Zhuowen also noticed Master Lan Miao's gaze, and his pupils shrank slightly. As soon as he came into contact with this pair of eyes, he felt a burst of dizziness, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. This blue-robed old man, named Lan Miao, was definitely not simple. He gave Zhuowen a very strong sense of crisis. In addition, the green-robed old man and the others looked at Lan Miao with a respectful gaze. Obviously, Lan Miao should be one of the higher-ups of the arcane tower. Brother Zhuo, Master Lan Miao is one of the 4 direct disciples of Master Mu Feng. He's a 6th grade Great Perfection Grandmaster and has a pivotal position in the Arcane Tower. Don't show any disrespect to him. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Huang Qin stood beside Zhuowen and explained in a low voice. So he's a 6th grade Great Perfection Grandmaster? Zhuowen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. Lan Miao's mental strength cultivation was similar to Elder Shiyuan's, but Zhuowen could keenly feel that Lan Miao's aura was much more terrifying than Elder Shiyuan's. Obviously, Lan Miao had probably touched the barrier of the arcane heavenly master realm. Lan Miao directly arrived in front of Zhuowen, his deep gaze directly sizing up Zhuowen, a trace of contemplation on his face. Master Lan Miao, you have to uphold justice for me. This boy almost killed me just now. If it weren't for Senior Lu Li, I would have died on the spot. Chun Gang also recovered from his shock, hurriedly walked to Master Lan Miao's side, and accused Zhuowen. Yes, Master Lan Miao, you can't let him go. He has repeatedly violated the rules of the Arcane Tower. This is already a provocation to Master Mu Feng. For such an audacious person, we can't tolerate it. The green-robed old man also came out to accuse. Zhuowen frowned slightly, secretly on guard. He was also a little worried that Master Lan Miao would really attack him if he listened to Chun Gang and Lu Li's words. Master Lan Miao's strength was comparable to an Emperor Realm martial artist. He was not so easy to deal with. Master Lan Miao simply ignored the noisy Lu Li and Chun Gang beside him. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen and said with a smile, "Little brother, are you willing to be my last disciple?" As soon as this remark came out, Zhuowen was stunned. He didn't expect that Lan Miao's first sentence in front of him was to accept him as his last disciple. Not only Zhuowen, but even Huang Qin, who was beside Zhuowen, Lu Li, Chun Gang, Luo Xiang, and the other people on the 4th floor were all stunned at this moment. Many of them even subconsciously dug their ears, doubting that they had heard wrong. Chapter 10:73. Accepting a disciple, Master Lan Miao. This boy is ruthless, arrogant, and has no regard for the law. He must not be accepted as a disciple. Otherwise, he will inevitably become the scum of the Arcane Tower in the future. Chun Gang reacted and couldn't help but scream. Grandmaster Lan Miao's brows knit together slightly. Chun Gang's shouting caused him to be extremely displeased, and he said indifferently, "Could it be that you're not arrogant, conceited, and have no regard for the law by shouting at me like this? Aren't you even rebelling against your superiors?" As soon as Master Lan Miao said this, Chun Gang was suddenly speechless and did not dare to speak. The green-robed old man also did not dare to speak. Chun Gang's words just now had already made Master Lan Miao extremely unhappy. He was unwilling to interfere and offend Master Lan Miao for Chun Gang. "Little brother, what is your name?" Master Lan Miao turned to Zhuowen and asked again. "Zhuowen." Zhuowen replied in a low voice. "Good. Zhuowen, now I will ask again. Are you willing to be my last disciple?" Master Lan Miao said with a smile. Zhuowen fell into deep thought. Perhaps Master Lan Miao saw through his mental strength cultivation, so he suddenly put forward such a request to accept a disciple. After all, a mental strength of perfect grade 5 at the age of 20 was definitely a genius among geniuses. No senior would be willing to let go of such a genius disciple. Moreover, Zhuowen's previous knowledge of refining yuan arrays was all based on the yuan array knowledge he had exchanged. In fact, this kind of self-study had many disadvantages. When he encountered a problem that he did not know, Zhuowen had to spend a lot of time thinking. Refining a grade 4 yuan array was fine, but if the grade of the yuan array reached grade 5, Zhuowen's process of refining the yuan array would be full of loopholes. In fact, the best way to correct these mistakes was to have a good teacher. Zhuo Wen had actually intended to become Master Mu Feng's disciple when he joined the Arcana Tower. Unfortunately, Master Mu Feng was on the 7th floor of the Arcana Tower, and he was always elusive, so becoming Master Mu Feng's disciple was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Master Lan Miao in front of him was one of Master Mu Feng's personal disciples. His mental strength cultivation was also extremely good. In fact, it was not a bad idea to become Master Lan Miao's disciple. After all, with a good teacher to teach him, his level of refining yuan arrays would definitely improve quickly. Have you thought it over? Master Lan Miao was not in a hurry. He also saw the look in Zhuo Wen's eyes. He knew that the young man in front of him was thinking about the pros and cons. The reason he proposed to take Zhuo Wen in as a disciple was mainly because of Zhuo Wen's age and the powerful mental energy hidden in his body. If he guessed correctly, Zhuo Wen's mental energy might have reached grade 5 or above. To be able to reach the 5th rank at the age of 20, this kind of talent was probably on par with that monster from the Arcane Tower. Zhuo Wen nodded and said, "I'm glad that Senior doesn't dislike me. I'm willing to become Senior's disciple." After thinking for a long time, Zhuo Wen finally agreed to become Lan Miao's last disciple. Lan Miao's status in the Arcane Tower was extremely high. His mental strength was also very frightening. There were absolutely no disadvantages to becoming his last disciple. Although Lan Miao's eyes were deep, his body revealed a trace of awe-inspiring righteousness. Obviously, he was not a despicable villain. Lan Miao accepted Zhuo Wen as his disciple purely out of love for talent. "Haha, not bad. Now you have to call me master." Lan Miao nodded. His eyes contained a strong sense of satisfaction. "Master, this is my friend. His name is Huang Can. Can you accept him as well?" Zhuo Wen suddenly pointed to Huang Can beside him and said to Lan Miao. Huang Can obviously did not expect that Zhuo Wen actually intended to recommend him to Lan Miao. His mind was in a mess. He waved his hand and said, "Brother Zhuo, my talent is not good enough, Master Lan Miao." Lan Miao glanced at Huang Can indifferently and said, "Since it's your idea, accepting him is fine. However, he's only an in-name disciple for now. If you can successfully advance to a 4th grade Arcana Master, I will promote him to an official disciple." "Really?" Huang Can was stunned. He immediately clenched his fists in excitement. He did not expect Lan Miao to really accept him. Although he was only an in-name disciple, what kind of existence was Lan Miao? Even if he was only an in-name disciple, he was an existence that no one in the Arcane Tower dared to provoke. Moreover, although Huang Can was only an in-name disciple now, once he advanced to a 4th grade Arcana Master in the future, he would be promoted to an official disciple. At that time, his status would be even higher. Who would dare to offend an official disciple of Lan Miao? Chen Gang, Lu Li, and Luo Xiang were stunned. When did Master Lan Miao become so easy to talk to? This Zhuo Wen asked him to accept Huang Can, and he really did not hesitate to accept him. This Master Lan Miao valued Zhuo Wen too much, right? Among them, Luo Xiang's beautiful eyes were the most complicated. In the past, Huang Can pursued her, and the two of them also had a relationship. However, because of her own vanity, Luo Xiang resolutely left Huang Can's side and threw herself into Chen Gang's arms. Not only because Chen Gang had a 5th grade Arcana Master as his elder brother, but Chen Gang's mental strength cultivation was also higher than Huang Can's. Leading her to the 4th floor would help her quickly improve her mental strength cultivation. But now, Huang Can was actually directly accepted as an in-name disciple by Master Lan Miao, and he would be promoted to an official disciple in the future. Master Lan Miao was a 6th grade grandmaster. To be able to become the disciple of such a grandmaster, his future achievements would definitely not be weak, and no one in the arcane tower would dare to provoke him. It could be said that the current Huang Ken was like a salted fish turning over a new leaf. His status was much higher than Chen Gang's. If Huang Ken advanced to a 4th grade arcana master and became an official disciple of Master Lan Miao, perhaps Chen Gang's elder brother, Chen Xian, would not necessarily have a higher status than Huang Can. Now, Luo Xiang's heart was faintly regretting. She wanted to stop Huang Can, but she was afraid of Chen Gang. In the end, she just stood there, somewhat at a loss. From beginning to end, Huang Can didn't even look at Luo Xiang, causing the latter to faintly feel pain in her heart. "You two come with me to the inner room first," Master Lan Miao said to Zhuowen and Huang Can, and the two followed Master Lan Miao into the inner room under the envious gazes of many people in the living room. In the slightly dark inner room, Grandmaster Lan Miao stopped in front of Zhuowen and Huang Can. His eyes were bright as he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Release all the spiritual power in your Muon Palace and let me see." Zhuowen nodded and did not refuse. His right hand touched his glabella, and suddenly a terrifying mental strength began to spread throughout the inner room like a monstrous tsunami. Under the influence of this terrifying mental strength, the huge inner room faintly trembled. What a terrifying mental strength! Brother Zhu's mental strength is actually above the 4th grade. Could it be the 5th grade? Feeling the mental strength gushing out of Zhuowen's body, Huang Ken's legs trembled, and he almost fell to the ground. His eyes were finally filled with horror. Master Lan Miao's eyes also narrowed slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "Your mental strength has reached the 5th grade grand perfection? It seems that I still underestimated you before." 5th grade grand perfection. Huang Can's heart trembled, and his hands unconsciously trembled. This must be a joke. Zhuowen was younger than him by 3 years, but his mental strength was already 2 realms higher than his. Was this still a height that a human could reach? He finally knew why Master Lan Miao valued Zhuowen so much. If he was Master Lan Miao, he would definitely accept such a monstrous genius without hesitation. Haha. It seems that my luck is pretty good to actually be able to accept a genius like you. If the other 3 old fellows were to know about this, I'm afraid their jaws would drop. Grandmaster Lan Miao laughed heartily as he looked at Zhuo, when with increasing satisfaction. At the age of 20, mental strength had reached the 5th grade grand perfection. This was definitely an unimaginable achievement. If such an unpolished jade was carved well, his future would be limitless. Good. Zhuowen, you're very good. Master Lan Miao said a few good words and immediately calmed down and said, "Looking at your mental strength, I'm afraid it won't take long for you to break through to the 6th grade, right?" Zhuowen smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, how can it be so easy to break through to the 6th grade? Although I stayed at the 5th grade grand perfection for a while, I haven't touched the barrier of the 6th grade yet." "Don't worry, you will break through to the 6th grade soon." Master Lan Miao revealed a confident smile. Then, with a shake of his sleeve, a simple jade token fell into Zhuowen's hand. He chuckled and said, 3 days later, bring this jade token and come to the 5th floor to find me. I'll leave first. Remember to come to the 5th floor of the arcane tower to find me in 3 days." After saying this, Master Lan Miao floated away, leaving only Zhuowen and Huang Ken in the inner room looking at each other. They didn't understand what Master Lan Miao meant by this. "It seems that we can only go and see the situation in 3 days. Zhuowen shook his head and whispered, "Brother Zhua, this time I can become Master Lan Miao's registered disciple, all because of you I don't know what to say to thank you. Huang Can cupped his hands to Zhuowen and said sincerely, You don't have to. You've helped me a lot before, and you even personally introduced me to the details of this arcane tower. Since you treat me as a friend, Zhuowen, will naturally treat you as a friend as well. Zhuowen chuckled. Hearing this, Huang Can's eyes were full of vigor. He cupped his hands and said cautiously, Brother Zhuo, this Huang will never forget today's kindness. We should also go. Zhuowen nodded. Immediately, the two left the inner room side by side and reappeared in the fourth floor's living room. At this moment, there were still many arcanists standing in the living room. These were all onlookers. Chen Gang, Lu Li, and Luo Xiang didn't leave. The appearance of Zhuowen and Huang Can immediately attracted everyone's attention. Brother Zhuowen, Brother Huang Can, congratulations on becoming Master Lan Miao's disciple. There is hope for a meteoric rise in the future. As soon as the two came out, Lu Li hurried forward with a flattering smile on her face. Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent, and he spat out a word indifferently, Scram! The green-robed old man's cupped hands stiffened, and the smile on his face suddenly froze. His eyes were gloomy and uncertain as he retreated dejectedly. He didn't dare to talk to Zhuowen and Huang Can again. Now that Zhuowen and Huang Can's status was different from before, he didn't dare to offend them like before. Chapter 10:74. Surprise after walking out of the arcane tower, Zhuowen bid farewell to Huang Can in the plaza and left first, walking towards the residence of the new students. After half a year of bitter training, Zhuowen missed the quiet bamboo forest where the new students resided. I wonder how Jianan, Gatha, Ling Tian, and Xian Xing have been doing in the past half a year. I wonder what level their cultivations have reached. The corners of Zhuowen's mouth raised slightly. His footsteps quickened as he walked back to the new student's residence. However, when he walked into the quiet bamboo forest where the new students resided, he immediately saw many of the new students with dejected gazes and swollen faces, as if they had been beaten up. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as a trace of an ominous feeling rose in his heart. This was because the majority of the new students he met along the way had swollen faces and numb gazes. What surprised him even more was that the cultivations of most of these new students had actually stagnated and did not increase at all. It was as if these new students had not cultivated at all in the past half a year, and some of their cultivations had even regressed due to some internal injuries. What happened in the new student's residence? Zhuowen pulled a new student who had lowered his head and a face full of dejection beside him and asked with a frown. The new student raised his head slightly, his gaze filled with numbness. However, when he saw Zhuowen's face, the numbness in his eyes immediately faded away, and a trace of a strange expression was revealed. Moreover, this strange expression also contained a trace of anger and hatred. Zhuowen naturally saw the emotions in the new student's eyes with a glance. What made him feel strange was why the new student's gaze would be filled with hatred when he saw him. Zhuowen did not know him at all before this. Zhuowen, you've hidden for half a year and finally appeared. It's you who caused us to be like this. It's all your fault. Suddenly, the new student grabbed Zhuowen's right hand and shouted with an agitated expression. His voice was very loud, and the entire bamboo forest could hear him clearly. As for the other new students in the bamboo forest, all of them raised their heads and actually gathered towards Zhuowen like cats that had smelled the fragrance of fish. As expected, it's Zhuowen. You coward has finally appeared. Good for you, hiding for half a year and causing us to suffer. Yes, it's all because of you. We new students have been bullied for half a year. You are the shame of us new students. Let's capture this sinner and hand him over to the Emperor Pavilion. Perhaps then we will be free and not be bullied again." Numerous passionate voices rang out. More and more new students gathered in the surroundings, and all of them were glaring at Zhuowen with anger in their eyes. It was as though they had an undying grudge with Zhuowen. In fact, there were even some new students who directly attacked Zhuowen. Zhuowen's gaze grew colder and colder. A towering killing intent gushed forth as he directly unleashed his killing intent. This killing intent grew more and more terrifying, and it was as though numerous terrifying gigantic mountains were descending from the heavens. The new students, who were originally in high spirits and had even wanted to take action, all revealed expressions of fear under the influence of this killing momentum. Their bodies stiffened, and they were unable to move. This killing momentum was too terrifying. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts at all times. It ruthlessly squeezed their hearts, causing them to not dare to act rashly. Putong, putong. The killing intent grew increasingly terrifying. Finally, there were some new students who could no longer endure it. They directly knelt on the ground as their eyes were filled with terror and agony. As for the other new students, it was as though there was a domino effect. All of them knelt on the ground as their bodies trembled. It was extremely difficult for them to even move. At this moment, Zhuowen's gaze was cold and emotionless. A line of blood appeared in his eyes, containing a dense bloodlust. Everywhere his gaze passed by, those new students who knelt on the ground would all lower their heads while trembling, not daring to match his gaze. Only now did these new students realize what sort of existence Zhuowen was. He was the #1 new student back then. The moment he entered the outer academy, he already dared to snatch the position of a senior. They basically couldn't afford to offend him. Now, I'm asking you a question. If you don't answer, you should know the consequences. Zhuowen arrived in front of the new student from before and looked down at him from above. His voice was filled with extremely cold killing intent. That new student propped his hands on the ground and knelt before Zhuowen. His forehead was filled with sweat, and he didn't dare to move. Tell me, what exactly happened in the dormitory of the new students? Zhuowen continued asking. That new student inclined his head and stared at Zhuowen, who had a cold gaze. His entire body trembled violently, and he didn't hide anything as he narrated everything that happened in the dormitory of the new students. As for Zhuowen, the more he listened, the gloomier his expression became. So it turned out that the cause of this matter was because of the third pavilion, Lord of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Back then at the public square outside the cultivation pagoda, Zhuowen had defeated Lu Xiang in front of everyone. Not only that, he had even snatched away Du Tao's contribution points. In the eyes of the Emperor Pavilion, this was an extremely arrogant provocation. Back then, because of Cheng Dong's appearance and the influence of the Fragrant Ink Pavilion, Lu Qing didn't deal with Zhuowen. However, this didn't mean that the Emperor Pavilion would let Zhuowen off because of this. After that, the Emperor Pavilion wanted to get back at them. Soon after, Lu Qing planned to bring people to the new students' dormitory to find trouble with Zhuowen. However, at that time, Zhuowen had already left to complete a mission. Hence, Lu Qing and the rest didn't meet with Zhuowen. At that time, the Emperor Pavilion didn't do anything out of line to the new students. After that, because of the matter with Jianan and the rest, Zhuowen didn't stay in the new students' dormitory for long. He once again headed to West Path City. Even after returning from West Path City, Zhuowen didn't return to the new students' dormitory. Instead, he directly went into seclusion in the cultivation pagoda for half a year. It could be said that during this half a year, Zhuowen wasn't in the new students' dormitory for a single day. As for Zhuowen's whereabouts, the Emperor Pavilion who originally planned to wait for him at the new students' dormitory, finally lost their patience. Half a year ago, the Emperor Pavilion sent many people to the new students' dormitory to snatch the contribution points from the new students. Some of the more stubborn new students even had to pay the price of being beaten black and blue. Basically, all the new students in the new students' dormitory had been snatched by the Emperor Pavilion. In fact, when those people from the Emperor Pavilion were snatching the contribution points from the new students, they unceasingly clamored. The reason why they had so many contribution points was all because of Zhuowen's cowardice. For an entire half a year, the new students could be said to have suffered unspeakably. The contribution points that they painstakingly earned were all snatched away the moment they returned to the dormitory. Although there were some new students who were clever and purposely didn't return to the dormitory, it was a pity that the Emperor Pavilion's information network was extremely powerful. Those new students who were snatched away were basically recorded by the Emperor Pavilion. They weren't even allowed to hide. It could be said that the reason why the Emperor Pavilion tortured these new students was ultimately because of Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen was the #1 new student in this batch. In a certain sense, he was the representative of the new students. Since they couldn't find Zhuowen, the Emperor Pavilion vented their anger on the new students. It was also because of this reason that the new students cursed Zhuowen everywhere. The majority of the new students hated Zhuowen. If it wasn't for Zhuowen, they wouldn't be in such a miserable state for the past half a year. You all hate me? After hearing the narration of this new student, Zhuowen glanced at his surroundings and suddenly laughed as he asked. However, no one replied. After not seeing him for half a year, this Zhuowen's strength seemed to have grown by a lot. Just the aura he emitted was enough to cause them to be unable to breathe. I know you all hate me, but is there any use in hating me? Was it me, Zhuowen, who snatched your contribution points? No. Was it me who tortured you all into this state? No. Everything you did was because of the Emperor Pavilion's actions. What's laughable is that you all actually hate me because of this. What a cowardly mindset and resolution. Hence, you all are destined to be weaklings. You all have no resolution, yet you still want to vainly attempt to become experts. You all are filled with self-pity and even pushed all the blame onto someone else, using this as an excuse to escape back then. Don't you all find it laughable? After saying these words, the murderous aura on Zhuowen's body slowly withdrew. Soon after, he slowly walked past those kneeling on the ground and headed towards the depths of the bamboo forest. If among these new students there was one who directed their hatred towards the Emperor Pavilion and used this hatred to motivate themselves, unceasingly strengthening themselves, Zhuowen might have acted to help them. However, none of these new students did so. Not a single one of them did so. When they encountered difficulties, their first thought was to escape or to find an excuse. For example, they weren't willing to face the Emperor Pavilion. Hence, they pushed all the blame onto Zhuowen. This was a type of escape and an excuse. The new students who were kneeling in the bamboo forest stood up one after another. Their gazes focused on Zhuowen's back as he left. Their faces revealed a guilty and pensive expression. Zhuowen's words from earlier seemed to have enlightened them, dispelling the hatred in their hearts. Zhuowen's words were very correct. The one they hated shouldn't be Zhuowen, but should be the Emperor Pavilion instead. Because from their personal standpoint, what Zhuowen did wasn't wrong. The Emperor Pavilion oppressed him. He naturally had to retaliate. Could it be that they wanted Zhuowen to resign himself to death? Also, the Emperor Pavilion kept saying that it was because of Zhuowen that the Emperor Pavilion snatched them away. In fact, this reason wasn't valid at all. The Emperor Pavilion was merely using Zhuowen as an excuse to blatantly snatch the new students away. Even if there wasn't Zhuowen, the Emperor Pavilion would still use other excuses to snatch the new students away. Such an ending wouldn't change. Zhuowen, Jia, Nand, Gatha, Xianxing, and Mo Lingtian have already returned to the dorms of the new students. Coincidentally, the Emperor Pavilion is also here today. All of a sudden, the new student who was questioned shouted at Zhuowen's back. "Many thanks for the reminder." Zhuowen's figure turned sluggish as a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He nodded, and after saying a sentence, his figure increased in speed as he rushed towards the dorms in the depths of the bamboo forest. At this moment, in the empty space in front of the dorms of the new students, a large group of people had gathered. Within this large group of people, two groups of people were eyeing each other covetously. One side had a lot of people, about 20+ people, while the other side had very few people, only 4. In terms of numbers, they were completely unequal. "Yo, I thought it was that coward Zhua, one who had returned. I didn't expect that the 4 dogs of that fellow would return. Seems like our luck isn't bad." Chapter 10:75. Arrived if Zhuowen was here, he would definitely be able to recognize that this black-robed sexy lady was Lu Xiang, who he had defeated back then. At this moment, Lu Xiang's sparkling autumn eyes were filled with mockery, for figures stood in front of her, and all 4 of them were furiously staring at Lu Xiang. "Lu Xiang, what do you mean by calling yourself the Emperor Pavilion?" Mo Lingtian frowned slightly and coldly said. Jia, Nan, Gatha, and Xianxing glared furiously at Lu Xiang. The 4 of them had just come out from their seclusion and returned to the new student dormitory when they were surrounded by the members of the Emperor Pavilion led by Lu Xiang. "What do we mean? Zhuowen has been hiding in our Emperor Pavilion for half a year and has yet to appear. Tell us where that coward is. Also, you 4 dogs of Zhuowen. Back then, Zhuowen caused our Emperor Pavilion to lose all face. We still have to settle this debt. Since that coward isn't going to appear, let's collect some interest from you 4 dogs." Lu Xiang's pretty eyes coldly stared at Mo Lingtian's group. Her eyes were filled with mockery. "You better watch your mouth. What's the difference between you and a shrew now?" Jianan's face was flushed red as he angrily said, "What did you just say? You actually dare to call me a shrew?" Lu Xiang's pretty face immediately darkened. She stomped her foot and instantly arrived in front of Jia, then like a bolt of black lightning. Her jade-like right palm struck out and ruthlessly imprinted itself on Jianan's face. Jianan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Lu Xiang would actually directly attack him. He was caught off guard and could only raise his hand to block. Unfortunately, Lu Xiang's palm was too quick. It actually swept past Jianan's raised right hand and heavily slapped Jianan's right cheek. Slap! A clear slap sound appeared. Jianan's right cheek swelled up, and he was directly knocked to the ground by the huge force of this slap. Stomp! The instant Jianan fell to the ground, Lu Xiang lifted her right leg and ruthlessly stomped on Jianan's chest. This caused Jianan to groan, and a trace of blood flowed out from his mouth. Kanan! Lu Xiang's movements were too fast. By the time Mo Lingtian and the other 2 reacted, Kanan was already under Lu Xiang's foot. In this half a year, although the 4 of them often went into seclusion and their strength had increased, Lu Xiang was still an early Empyrean martial artist. The gap between their realms could not be bridged. Whoosh, whoosh, just as Mo Lingtian and the other 2 were about to move and rescue Jianan, who was being stepped on by Lu Xiang, 3 figures from the 20 Emperor Pavilion members behind Lu Xiang rushed out and blocked Mo Lingtian and the other 2. Scram! Mo Lingtian shouted angrily. His cultivation had improved a lot in the past 6 months. He had reached the late stage of the Golden Exalt realm. At this moment, the aura on his body was much stronger than before. However, his opponents were not weak either. Their realms were even higher than his. They were at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. Even though Mo Lingtian used his strongest attack, he was still unable to break through their defense. Gatha and Xian Xing's opponents were not weak either. They were all above the Golden Exalt realm. They were firmly entangled with the two of them and did not give them any chance to get close to Jianan and Lu Xiang. Is this the strength of that coward Zhuowen's 4 dogs? With such weak strength, it's no wonder that the 4 of you can only become Zhuowen's lackeys. Lu Xiang laughed unscrupulously. I won't allow you to slander our relationship with Big Brother Zhuo. Jianan roared. A ray of light surged out from between his eyebrows. Then, the injuries on his body instantly healed. At the same time, a huge force came and pushed Lu Xiang's right leg away. Jianan took advantage of the momentum and rolled, dodging Lu Xiang's next attack. What a strange armor soul. Lu Xiang's body swayed, slightly before she easily stabilized herself. Her beautiful eyes stared at Jianan in astonishment. At this moment, Jianan's entire body was covered by a lustrous green light. The green light contained boundless vitality and surging power. It was as if Jianan, who was covered by the green light, was filled with vitality like a towering tree. The green light was formless and shapeless. It was just a lustrous ball of light without any shape. This was the manifestation of Jianan's undying armor soul. The undying armor soul did not have a shape to begin with. However, it contained an extremely dense vitality. This boundless vitality could allow a cultivator to instantly recover from their injuries. Under certain conditions, they could also explode with terrifying power. After half a year of closed-door cultivation, Jianan's cultivation had already stepped into the initial stage of the Golden Exalt realm. He had also become more familiar with the usage of the armor soul on his body. As he understood the armor soul on his body, Jianan increasingly discovered how extraordinary it was. As long as he did not injure any vital parts, the injuries in his body could be healed in an extremely short period of time. Furthermore, it would sometimes be accompanied by the emotions in his body, granting him additional strength. Furthermore, Jianan believed that if his cultivation continued to increase, the mysterious armor soul on his body would also become stronger and more obvious. Bang! A muffled groan rang out. The initial stage Golden Exalt realm cultivator, who had blocked Gatha's path, was sent flying by the Heaven's Wrath armor soul's attack. He spat out a mouthful of blood and crashed heavily onto the ground. This little girl's armor soul is also extraordinary. She's clearly only at the advanced stage of the Golden Exalt realm. How could she defeat an initial stage Golden Exalt realm cultivator so easily? Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of surprise when she saw the mysterious human-shaped armor soul standing in front of Gatha. This Gatha's strength was actually much more mysterious and powerful than Jianan's. Du Tao, attack! Capture this little girl for me. There's no need to hold back. The armor soul on her body is extraordinary, Lu Xiang said to the crowd behind her, before she continued to fly towards Jianan. Earlier on, Jianan, a mere Golden Exalt realm cultivator, had slipped away from her hands. This made Lu Xiang feel extremely embarrassed. She would definitely get back at him for this. In the crowd, the corners of Du Tao's mouth curled into a sinister smile. His gaze was fixed on Gatha as he coldly said, like dog, like person. It's fine that Zhuowen is arrogant, but the 4 of you are also so arrogant. How dare you defy us and claim that we are working for the Emperor Pavilion? Boom. As he spoke, Du Tao's peak golden exalt realm aura surged out. With a stomp of his foot, he directly flew towards Gatha. At that moment, Gatha's beautiful eyes were filled with a solemn look. Although her Heaven's Wrath armor soul was extraordinary, Du Tao's cultivation was much higher than hers. She was only at the advanced stage of the Golden Exalt realm, while Du Tao was at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm. There was a huge gap between them and their strength. Boom, boom, boom. Du Tao's attacks were extremely sharp. He used his full strength right from the start. The howling fist wind seemed to tear apart space as it swept out. Terrifying fist force unceremoniously smashed towards the Heaven's Wrath armor soul. The mysterious human figure that was hidden in the wind and snow clasped his hands together. The chains that bound his body suddenly surged out, forming a thick chain shield in front of him. Bang! 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 Du Tao's attacks also arrived as expected. Extremely tyrannical fist after fist smashed against the chain shield. The sound of metal clashing continuously rang out as terrifying power surged out. The Heaven's Wrath armor soul couldn't help but retreat. However, it didn't show any signs of being defeated. It was only in a disadvantageous position. On the other hand, Mo Lingtian and Xian Xing were fighting against their respective opponents. They were in a stalemate. The most miserable one was Jia Nan. His battle with Lu Xiang was completely one-sided. Every attack from Lu Xiang was able to injure Jia Nan and cause him to vomit blood. However, Jia Nan was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. Every time he was knocked down, he would be able to crawl back up and continue his battle with Lu Xiang. Although he was being abused in this battle, Jia Nan was extremely stubborn. This brat is really annoying. Lu Xiang furrowed her brows. With a cold snort, she suddenly threw a palm forward. Her palm turned jade-colored. She had actually used the jade steel palm that she had used against Zhuowen. This palm seemed to have shuttled through the empty space as it instantly arrived in front of Jia Nan and heavily smashed onto his chest, after which Jia Nan's waist bent as he was sent flying dozens of meters away like a cooked prawn. Bang! Let's see if you can still crawl back up after receiving my jade steel palm, Lu Xiang coldly said. Sure enough, Jia Nan was no longer crawling back up as lively as before. Instead, his chest was heaving up and down. His breathing was rough like an old cow pulling a cart. The green light on his body had already become a little dim. Clearly, after so many heavy blows, the undying armor soul on Jia Nan's body should have reached its limit. A trace of pride was revealed from the corners of Lu Xiang's mouth. She slowly walked in front of Jia Nan and looked down at him from above. She said, "Continue crawling back up." "Why aren't you crawling back up?" Jia Nan's eyes drooped. He felt that his head was very heavy at this moment. He wanted to crawl back up, but he felt that his entire body was powerless. He was unable to move at all. "Since you can't crawl back up, I will not be courteous and accept your contribution points." Lu Xiang chuckled. She extended her right hand with the intention of snatching the contribution points from Jia Nan's contribution counter. Chi! A black figure suddenly cut through the sky, just as Lu Xiang was about to deprive Jia Nan of his contribution points. Immediately, it carried a sharp sound of tearing air as it suddenly shot between Lu Xiang and Jia Nan. Immediately, an intense explosion rose and dense dust spread in front of Lu Xiang. Lu Xiang frowned slightly and took a couple of steps back. She looked at the dust that spread in front of her and suddenly waved her hand. A frightening palm wind whizzed out and rushed past the dust that permeated the area in front of her, blowing away all the dust that had blocked her sight. When the dust had completely dispersed, a long black saber with complicated runes engraved on it appeared in Lu Xiang's line of sight. Lu Xiang's gaze paused on this long black blade. for a moment. She raised her eyes slightly and saw a figure slowly descending from the sky. Her pretty eyes immediately became gloomy. Zhuowen, a coward like you finally dares to come out? The corner of Lu Xiang's mouth was lifted slightly. She revealed a cold smile as she spoke in an indifferent voice. Zhuowen slowly descended in front of the 7-killing blade. He ignored Lu Xiang's mocking words. Instead, he glanced at the pale-faced Jia, then below him as a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Big brother, Shua, you are finally here. Jia Nan spat out these words with great difficulty. His breathing had become even more hurried. I am here. Leave the rest to me.